Good morning, guys. Hi, JB's mama.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, all you beautiful people. I see everybody in the chat. Hey, guys. Gail, I know. Gail said about the breaking news in Kansas City Chiefs. I was like, I'm not even going to lie. Almost was like, let me put this away, the Coburger stuff for a minute, because I wanted to talk about the Kansas City Chiefs guys. Um, there's lots of information out. Um, started last night. I started seeing some things last night about the cousin, and then I think I heard last night about the rehab too. But I got ideas about the rehab thing. I don't know, but let's start at the tippy top. Hey, Lee, thank you for coming in and setting out the buffet. I'm gonna grab some pancakes, and I'll probably be good and get like an orange or something too from the fruit basket there.
I need some waffles and coffee.
Well, I'll be getting some more coffee. Yes, yes, yes. But just to kind of to let you guys know what Gail was talking about, she says breaking news in Kansas City Chiefs case. A cousin of one of the victims speaks out. Also, Jordan Williams it's Willis checked into rehab. So yeah. Also, parents were called into a meeting with the prosecutor. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Good morning, Gail. Good morning, Lee and Dawn. Good morning, sweethearts. Um, hey, QB. Good morning to you. How are you? She says, thanks for the buffet, Lee. Good morning, Henny, or good afternoon to you, Miss Pretty Thing, you. Let's see. There's Steph. Steph, we just started, baby. Actually, we started a couple minutes late because we were backstage yipping, yakking.
Yeah, it's gabbing.
But good morning, and hey, good morning, Kel. Good to see you, baby. Good
Good
to
morning.
see you.
Morning, everybody.
QB says working on my coffee, and I'm gonna get some waffles too. And Steph is requesting mimosas. Love a good mimosa, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kel says, "Good morning, QB." It's more like GM QB. If somebody were to come in our chat randomly, they'd be like, "What are all these like? Are they speaking in like what do they call that? Or Morse code or something? You know?"
Yeah. Yeah.
Um. But good morning, Kel. Good to see you, honey. Oh, Steph's is with a graham crust. Wait, what? We're gonna have a mimosa with a graham crust? What? Cryptography. Oh, wait. Perfect timing because I just got home from dropping off packages and going to the bakery again. Oh my God, she's going back after some more stuff. I'm addicted to their lemon blueberry scones, and they had a new strawberry cream cheese bar with a graham crust.
Ooh.
I saw
Oh,
it, Steph. I just didn't see it. I saw it, but then didn't see it. Does that make sense? Um,
QB. Steph got them bougie mimosas.
mimosa, mimosa. I don't know that I've ever actually had a mimosa. Have you?
I have.
Are they good?
I like them.
Hmm.
I won't turn one down. I mean, just saying. I ain't going to turn one down.
Okay. Um, Steph got them bougie mimosas, right? It's raining here all day today, which I could stay home and snuggle with a blanket all day. It's actually the sun is shining here today, thankfully.
Oh, that's good.
Yes. Yes. She
Yeah.
says she says as she's making her bougie iced coffee. Oh, yum. Yeah, I know. 'Cause Steph makes those fancy coffees too. She, like, fluffs up like, the some kinda whipped cream and stuff, and
Oh wow.
sh yeah, she sprinkles the, like, cinnamon on top, and,
I don't have enough time for that. Just pour coffee, put sugar, add a little cream. I'm good.
yes, yes.
I need it faster than that. I ain't got time to make it all fruity.
The only time I'm gonna have floofy coffee is if somebody else makes it for me.
That's all right.
She said these scones are like crack, like a crunchy muffin top outside, but soft and moist, cakey inside. The blueberries burst when you bite into them.
Ooh,
Okay, well,
fresh blueberries if they do that.
see if they'll sponsor the Crime Cafe YouTube channel and send everybody these yummy scones, right?
Yeah.
Cupie says looks sideways as she froths her milk. Oh god. Put flavored syrup and foam, my sweet creamer. It's like my own Starbucks for cheaper. We'll have crime cafe convention there. That sounds good too. Oh lord. And then Lee, Lee just likes to throw in
Mm-hmm.
the little one-liners in, you know. Yeah, we're talking about
He makes sure
muffins.
it's adult content.
I know. I know. Dawn says, "Did you bring enough for the class?" Mm?
Right. If everybody don't get one, no one gets one.
All right. So, JB, are we ready to talk more about Brian Koberger today?
Yes.
So, you guys, in case you had not heard it yet, the defense, Brian Koberger's attorney, has filed a motion for a change of venue. So, but they're not requesting for the trial to be held in a different spot. What they're requesting is that they pull jury from a different area. So, what it sounds like is the trial is still going to be in Latah County, but the jurors are going to be probably bussed in from a different county, etc. Now, whether or not that's going to make a hill of beans difference or not in trying to find somebody that's not whatever, you know. I mean, do you think that they're going to be able to find anybody, JB, just
Uh,
even in the next county over or something?
no. I think the next biggest area is like 80 miles north or more. That would even have an adequate jury pool
Well,
unless they like completely transfer this case to like Boise.
wow. Well, so I don't know. I mean, I know that they say, okay, they you don't have to like know nothing about the case in order to be like a qualified juror. You can
Hmm.
know about the case. You can have heard about it and watched the news and that kind of thing. But they just want to make sure, hi baby. They just want to make sure that you are not um biased. They
Yes.
just want to make sure you're open to hearing both sides and um have no that your mind isn't made up one way or the other specifically. Um and so hey, Morgana. Good morning. Good morning. Ooh, Dawn says the Koberger parents lives 5 miles from her. Dawn. Wow.
We need secret footage.
Right. We need you to drive by. No, I'm kidding. Oh, Lord. Um, Steph says it'd have to be in a different state from Idaho and Washington, to be honest. Well, I just don't know that it's going to happen. I mean, I don't know how. I mean,
It could be very much like the Daybell case. Because if you remember, they transferred from Rexburg to Boise because of the lack of jury pool.
mhm.
I think that's a high probability because if they were to pull juries from an area that would have in a large enough area to where they could pull the jury, then you're looking at sequestering the jury and the
Mhm.
cost of that because unless you're going to have jury members drive an hour away to attend court every day,
Right,
then you're going to have to sequester the jury. And then that's going to add even more cost
right.
to this
Well,
case.
they did that for the Casey Anthony trial. They bust him in,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, um, I don't know. I mean, I think that they would rather go to the expense and try to get this done one time,
Mm-hmm.
than to wind up with a situation where you're gonna have, half of the jury, um, that ends up getting disqualified, and then you're gonna run out of alternates. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, um, here, Jolie, you want this? No, you want this? Yeah, okay. Um, Steph says, "I wanna be sequestered if it's like jury duty." I started watching it again last or was it last night or the night before, Steph? I was watching it, and, um, I think what was it? What was it? What was it? Oh, I got to the part where, um, the guy comes in, uh, to the other dude's room, and they're going over the Marsden guy comes in, and they start going over that, script. And then the plumber has to come in because there's a big poo in the toilet that they can't get down the toilet.
Oh, good Lord. She says a
That's
big poo.
that's the part I got to. That's the part I got to. And then the jumping on the bed part. I remember the jumping on the bed part, but that was about it. So, the poo. I know, I know. Lisa's think I'll stick to the shadows today. Oh no. Don't do that. Don't do that. Then I won't get to use my behave, uh, thing. Yeah, the soaking stuff, that was pretty gross. That was pretty gross. Um, I always learn new terminology when I shouldn't have no business knowing such things as that. But anyway, all right. Now, and somebody said, I think it was Gail said, Dawn, go to the parents' house and go through the trash, right? Right?
Hey,
Oh,
that's a free for all now in the hole. So you can go to anybody's trash.
right. I know. Um, Once it's in the trash barrel, isn't it like considered, uh, if it's out on the street, isn't it like considered, public property or
Yep,
something?
it's fair game.
Yeah. So there you go. Oh, we have somebody else here today, this morning.
Ooh.
Um, Person on the backstage want to give me can you give me a thumbs up to let me know you're ready or I'm just going to assume you're ready and I'm going to add you in 3, 2, 1. Hello.
Hey,
Oh, there she is. Hey, QB.
how y'all doing?
Good
Doing
morning.
good.
I had to run in the other room because my cat is being foul this morning and she's crying, and y'all don't need to hear all that.
Oh,
She'll
no.
stop in a minute and then I'll go in the other room.
Oh, Lord. Steph was guessing that it was Morgana, and Morgana's like, "Not me." Um, Lisa's, "But if I do not stick to the shadows today, all you will be doing is using your behave button." Oh gosh, you crack me up. So, yeah, Morgana's gonna be in later. Um, okay, the change of venue thing. I've got the actual like motion here that I can share with you guys. Let me do that real quick and we'll just kind of read it together. Um, how's barbecue chicken doing? Is that Steph? Is that question for QB?
Wait a minute. Ma'am. Don't ask. Do not ask.
Okay, okay,
Don't
okay,
don't ask. You don't want to know. It's
okay.
fine. It's fine, Steph. Thanks for asking. Oh my God.
Hey, Lord, 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 Lord. See, now, Lee, you got to know, right? That
Right. I'm sitting
you
here
got
scratching my head like,
you got to know that the behave button isn't just for you.
It's for Steph. It's not for me.
It's for Steph too. It's for Steph too.
Oh my God.
Okay.
That's funny though. If y'all, well, I'll tell you later, but not online. Not on here.
Okay. All right. So can you guys see this?
yep.
Okay, good. All right. So this is the motion for the change of venue in the Koberger case. So it's a short 2-pager. All it is here, it shows the motion for change of venue. This was filed, I think, like 4 days after or the next day after the hearing. I can't remember, but it wasn't. I don't remember what day the hearing was on now, because my days run in together. But here it just says Brian C. Kohlberger, by and through his attorneys, hereby moves this court for a change of venue by this motion. And they talked about the change of venue during the hearing, but nothing was set in stone at that time. But it says, by this motion, Brian requests a jury pool from outside Latah County. This motion is made pursuant to these words and numbers and stuff that I have no idea what they mean. A fair and impartial jury cannot be found in Latah County owing to the extensive inflammatory pretrial publicity allegations made about Mr. Koberger to the public by media that will
Sorry.
be inadmissible at his trial. The small size of the community, the salacious nature of the alleged crimes, and the severity of the charges Mr. Koberger faces. Now, my first thing that I want to say is talk about a run on sentence. Shouldn't she have had a period in there somewhere? I mean,
Somewhere.
shouldn't she have made like 2 sentences or 3 out of that? I mean, daggone. Um, So basically, it's just saying here, they're saying that the dude is not going to be able to get a fair trial because the jury pool in Latah County has been extremely drowned in all of this media, news, social media. I mean, you name it, right? Everywhere you turn, you see and hear Idaho 4, especially if you live in the area. If you live in Latah County, you're going to hear this stuff. Um, Steph's being an angel this morning. I don't believe that at all.
Mm-mm.
I don't
No, she
believe
not.
that.
No,
Not
she
even
not.
a little bit. Not even a little bit.
I was
Um,
watching a documentary last night on it. I think it might have been the 48 Hours one. Maybe not. That was an older one. Anyways, they were talking about the what's the Richard what's
Richard
Richard's
Allen.
last name? Richard Allen, yeah. So they were talking about the comparison and that Richard Allen is really the one that needs to change a venue and it would make the most sense to get him out of there because it is the bias does appear to be local
mhm.
where this guy Brian, it really you can move him anywhere and it's not going to change what you get because it's been so nationwide. Like, wait, okay. So Richard Allen, everybody nationwide is not like pointing the finger at him. There's still a lot of questions. So they feel like a jury pool hasn't been tainted if it was further out. Where with Brian, it's like everybody across the country is like, you did it, dude.
Right.
And
Right.
so no matter where they go, it's not going to matter. It's not going to make a difference. So that was their argument against not moving it. I think that made sense.
That does make a lot of sense, and now that you say that, I can totally understand that. I wouldn't have thought that until you brought up the point of a lot of people aren't sure about Richard Allen's
Right,
guilt.
right. So with him, it's the Odin people and the locality is actually an issue. So if they move that out of there, he may have more of a chance of a fair trial. Where with Brian, I can't say his last name, so I'm just calling him Brian. With Brian, it is Brian, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, good. And so with Brian, it really doesn't matter because a lot of people have already made a decision, and so you're going to have a biased, unbiased pool no matter where you go.
Right.
I don't know. I thought that was interesting when they said that because I was the same way. I was like, if you move it, people, I mean, people nationwide are watching all this stuff, but it made more sense when they said that.
It definitely does, but it does that makes sense to me. And like I said, the part, about um people not as sure of Richard Allen's guilt as they are with Brian Koberger's guilt, and then like you said too, the with the whole like theory of Odinism, if that is true, there's a hot and heavy amount of that um
Yeah. In that local
extremist
area.
religion in that local area, right?
Yep. Yep.
Hmm.
So his makes sense to move. Um, but anyways, I, I I just thought that was interesting.
Well, thanks for bringing it up because I never would have thought about that way,
I did my
honestly.
homework last night. I told you I was going to do my homework.
Good for you. Look at you.
I may have slept and
Um,
watched and slept and watched, but that's beside the point.
okay, so here where we stopped with this big, massive run on sentence where there was no periods. After that, it says enlarging the jury pool will not do anything to overcome the pervasive prejudicial publicity. Can you say that 3 times fast? Pervasive prejudicial publicity because Latah County does not have a large enough population center to avoid the bias in the community. Um, and that right there kind of, to me, sounds like exactly what you're saying, but about Richard Allen, not Brian Koberger.
Right.
Um, but that's Jolie is like I moved my magnetic board behind me. Hold on, I'll show you guys. Hold on a second. Hold on, let me just show you guys
You mean
this.
her? You mean her magnetic board?
So I moved this magnetic board back here to I'm trying to like keep, you know, but anyway, I moved that magnetic board um out of the way for a minute, and that's what I keep like a lot of my my minder inventory on.
Hmm.
And now she's down here playing with all these, cover minders. So anyway, um, the the thing that I was gonna say is enlarging the jury pool, like you're saying, with uh, Richard Allen would make much more sense than it would with Brian Koberger because it's not just that prejudicial publicity um, is within Latah County alone. It's it's not even just countrywide. There's people so many other countries that are like invested in this story, you know?
Hmm.
The
So,
other thing they were saying was that it seems like, and don't get me wrong, even the prosecution is saying there's a lot of documents. They do understand that the defense needs time and all this stuff, but they were also saying last night on one of the ones I was watching that it seems like they're spending more time trying to get this stuff thrown out or moved or this or that than actually spending time on the case and going through all the documents and talking to all the witnesses. Like there's 500 witnesses, and she says she's talked to like 10%.
mm,
And I mean, they've had all this stuff like for a year. So they were talking about that they felt like she was spending more time trying to get it thrown out or all the other things rather than on the case.
Yeah.
Did she say hold on? Because I sure didn't hold on.
I didn't hear
I'm
her.
sorry. I had to mute myself because little Miss Nosy here got these big massive heavy duty magnets stuck to her finger and it pinched a hunk out of her.
Oh,
And
Oh,
Lord.
so now
Oh,
she's squalling her head off and oh, she's about to just break down. So you guys give me a second.
oh,
okay.
you're
No, you're
fine.
fine. Oh,
Poor Jolie.
I know. He's a baby. Oh, my animals are not having none of this YouTube live business. Like, they're like, we don't understand why we cannot be in your face and loud.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm
Mm-hmm. Mine
online.
are typically snoring away in here.
Well, mine are old, but I have the one, and she's kind of going blind, and she's a little bit senile, and I mean, she's 14, so
Mm-hmm.
but she's not. I mean, I've taken her to the vet. That's like she's eating, she's thriving, she's doing fine. So it's she's fine. But when she gets up to move, she gets like discombobulated and she starts whining, and I'm like, okay, that's fine when it's just us. It's like all of YouTube's. We
Right.
can't we can't be doing that on all the YouTubes.
No,
So,
all the
anyways,
YouTubes doesn't do.
no,
Yeah.
no, no. But then she settles herself next to the dog, and she's like, "Okay, I'm good now." So it's just something we do. It's just something we do. So, anyways, um,
Yeah.
we're in charge and we're being quiet.
Oh, we can't do that.
Um,
Let's rechat.
You guys let's read chat. You guys are doing a good job. You guys are doing a good job. My child did not lose a finger.
yay!
Yay.
Yeah, she's still angry though because now she's mad because I won't let her continue to play with the magnets even after she just those magnets, I'm telling you, you don't mess with those magnets when they're all stuck together, okay?
Uh-uh.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
It's like setting a 50-pound hunk of metal on top of you all at once when it pinches you. Because it's a whole big stack of them, you know what I mean? And
Yep.
those are they're
Those rare
mean.
earth magnets are no joke.
Yeah, they're not. They're not. I mean, when you have one to get one or two by itself, that's when you have a couple of them by themselves, that's one thing. But when you got a stack of 60 or 100 of them,
Yeah. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
not good.
I had a stack of. I had a stack go flying across the table the other day. Like I had set. I don't remember what I set down, but it was metal, and they were like, "Yep, that's where we live," and they went
Right?
across the table.
Right?
I was like, "Wait a minute, come back."
I
Yeah,
know.
don't go no further. Nobody moves.
She's gonna get mad again. Oh my god, this child.
Oh,
But Lee, wait. What devil tree can I get into now? They want to contribute. Oh, where'd QB go?
I'm
There
here.
she is.
I'm
She's
here.
back. Um, Uh, okay. So, all right. Now I'm going to go back into the this here. Further here it says the size of the community and the interconnectedness of its citizenry is problematic and will prevent a fair and impartial pool of potential jurors. And then basically that's it. It just says, dated this date. It does say here that Mr. Koberger, by and through his counsel, requests an opportunity to be heard through evidentiary presentation and argument no sooner than the end of April 2024. So they're requesting a hearing after or no sooner than April. So they want a hearing sometime in April or after, apparently. I don't know. We'll be keeping our eyes out for that.
Yep.
And then I want to see what the state's response to that is, if they have one, eventually. But now we're going to get into this affidavit. So, and I'm just going to tell you right now, trigger warning and all of the warnings. There's no images or anything like that. But if you
It's
have
language.
not, yeah,
It's
if
pretty
you've not,
descriptive.
Yes.
it is. It is. If you haven't been into this case at all, or you haven't followed it and you haven't already heard this, because this affidavit came out a long time, like right around the time he was arrested. Obviously, it's because it was for the probable cause affidavit is what the police officers or investigators or whatever give to, the judge to say this is why we need an arrest warrant
Yeah.
to serve him.
It was filed back in December of 2022. So
Yeah, it would have been about a month after it happened. It happened on what, November 13th?
Mm-hmm.
And then he
14th, no,
was
13, 14,
arrested
yeah.
somewhere around that time. So,
Oh, well, it's the 13th, 4 a.m. on the, around, yeah, around the 13th.
yeah. Well, on the 13th is when they arrived at approximately 4 p.m. And it happened around the 4 o'clock hour. So 12 hours later. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I'm going to share this. Share this tab instead.
And it's a quite lengthy document, guys.
Yeah, it is. It's a lengthy document.
So Devil's Clavicle.
Okay.
I was reading over the affidavit, and they have all this stuff, with his car being in the area and his cell phone pinging in the area and then going on airplane mode and then back and all this stuff. Okay. So if it was a setup, it just seems like, as a criminology major, I mean, he had a master's. Like, he's not stupid.
Yeah.
And so I just did y'all know he was a heroin addict and he recovered?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I did not know that. I found that out last night. So anyway, so he recovered and he took the addiction to the schooling, which is how he ended up going like through his master's. But I feel like, how in the world did he leave all this stuff behind? This fingerprint of the phone and the driving around and the whatchamacallit, fingerprint, or the latent print on the knife. And I don't know. It just seems weird.
I don't know. So everybody thinks that he's trying to get away with this perfect crime, And but one thing I said yesterday, was talking about it yesterday, I think when Morgana was on with us, and we were talking about him. Were you in the chat whenever I shared that video from Court TV yesterday that had gray hues on it?
Mm, I don't.
And,
I
and he
don't know if I
shared.
was.
Okay, well, it shared the video of some like ring doorbell footage or whatever of like car headlights and him making these passes back and like
Yeah.
taking like laps around, and then it shows him turning around and all that kind of stuff.
Was that the Laura Lane footage?
Oh yeah, I
Yes.
saw that. I
Okay.
did see that. Yes.
Okay. So my thing was, if he was trying to get away with this perfect crime, which by the way, unless there's something out there that we don't know about yet because there's such a massive gag order on this case,
Yes.
that he didn't leave. I mean, as far as we know, not much evidence. There was nothing in his car. I mean, there were things that were pulled from his car, which we'll talk about later, but really what I'm saying is it's not like that there was blood everywhere outside of the house, right? So he did, if it's him and he did that good of a job with that kind of thing, why would he have been dumb enough to have
That's my
driven his
thing.
car all over the place, make 3 passes,
And I mean,
and
was it his
especially
car? Do we know it was his car? I mean, did they
yeah,
have a
yeah,
license?
Yeah.
it's his
Okay.
Yeah.
car, yeah,
It's his
Okay.
yep,
car.
All right. Definitely. Okay. Yeah. I just. I mean, what if? Okay. What if he was stalking them,
uh-huh.
but he didn't actually like kill them?
Well, that's a very big possibility. I mean, that's one theory that's
Because
out
he
there.
had some mental. From what I understand, well, I mean, obviously he's got possibly got some mental issues, but he was really heavy set in high school and was bullied and a lot and stuff like that. So, if maybe one of the girls turned him down, or whatever, or he became obsessed with her. I mean, I know it's a long shot, but I mean, he could have been stalking them, but not actually done the murders.
Right.
Because it just like you said, there had to have been tons of blood. There had to have been tons of blood.
Oh yeah, there definitely was. The first
Um,
images of the house, there
yeah,
was prime evidence even coming out of the house, seeping
that's
out
what
of
I
the
mean.
house.
Like,
Yeah.
so whomever had to have had it on them. There's no way they
Mhm.
didn't.
Mhm.
And so if he took that much caution to cover himself or whatever the case may be, it doesn't make any sense that his car and his phone, and I mean, why would you even take your phone
Right.
to ping there? Like, I don't know. It just doesn't. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. I agree. Uh, and they do have like, um, I guess like phone, like evidence from his phone where it went like dead silent from this time to this time.
Yeah, it went
Um,
on airplane mode.
yeah,
Hmm.
yeah,
So I mean, that's what I'm saying. That doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't you just leave it at home and let it ping at home?
Well, that's one of those things where he was probably looking at the evidentiary aspect, but as far as the common sense aspect,
It could be, yeah.
he was declining in that.
Sometimes, I
yeah,
mean, sometimes them brilliant people don't have no common sense. So
Hmm.
yeah, yeah. True. I was just thinking, that big white car trolleying all over the place at 4 in the morning when there's not a whole lot of traffic out on the road at that time of the day, you would think.
I mean, sticking out like a sore thumb.
Hmm.
Right, right. I mean, there was other traffic. I mean, you have the DoorDash driver, there's, like, a truck that pulls through at certain times and other, like, cars here and there throughout those, like, early morning hours, but, this car goes around and around and around and around,
Yeah,
and, there was, like, evidence that his phone had pinged in that location or had even, I think, if I'm not mistaken, connected to the girl's Wi-Fi
Yep.
yeah,
Yep.
automatically, like, so many times, and so it's obvious that he was either stalking them or I mean, I
Part
guess it could have been that he had a friend in the area, that
he could have
lived.
been part of that party crowd too, because that was the party house.
Right, right. Um,
I don't know. Maybe they
and
were selling drugs out of there. Maybe he was circling
well,
around to see if the
I
drug guy
mean,
was there. I don't know.
that is another theory. They say that there was a lot of activity in and out of that house. So,
Yeah. And
I
that's
mean,
a
I'm not saying he's
huge,
innocent. I don't know enough about it. I'm just saying there's a lot of things that just seem really sussy that don't fit.
mm,
yeah. That's a huge theory thrown out there because of the time frame that went by from the time that this happened, this event occurred, and when it was reported.
Mm.
Huge gap in that time frame.
See, and that's interesting too because that girl saw somebody because she locked one of the survivors. She locked herself in her room.
Hmm.
So if she saw somebody, why didn't she go in the room and call the police?
Right.
yeah, they say that she went into like a frozen shock phase, and there's even experts out there that are
And that's fair.
in her defense saying things like, well, there are some people who go into these frozen shock phases and they stay that way for hours and hours on end. I don't know that I believe that because they say that they've got evidence that Dylan, the girl that saw him, and the other living victim in the house, whose name is Bethany, were texting back and forth, like during or maybe even after.
Mm.
And they called or texted their friends, like whenever there's like proof that people were at that house when the sun came up before 911 was ever called. Now,
Yep.
Mm.
speculation is, did they come in and clean that house for D rugs? You know what I mean?
Mm.
Or, um, you know, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But I just think it's pretty and I understand calling your friends and being like, "Oh my god, you got to come over here. You're not I'm about to lose my ever loving mind. You are not going to believe what's going on in this house right now." But you would do that after you call 911, I think.
Or the friend would call 911.
Well, I think that's what happened.
Yeah.
Oh,
It
but
wasn't
way
it
after the
wasn't one of
fact.
the girls that called. I think the phone that was used was one of the girls' phones to call 911, but it wasn't them who 911 actually spoke to. I think they, like, handed the phone to someone else, a friend or something.
Yeah.
Um, and the sad thing is that I think, um, that Ethan Chapin's twin brother, like, went into the house that morning.
Mm.
I don't know if that's a fact or not, but I think that I heard or read that, so don't quote me on that, but, yeah. Lee is apologizing because he said something about a Morganaism. So, yeah, behave. Lee
Yes.
and, Steph and Morgana are in here having a conversation about who's the dirty one of the bunch, and I think that we can all agree they're all 3. Morgana does seem to act like that she never does anything wrong, but sometimes, Morgana is the one who, gets them going. She, like, drops a little word or a
She
little
might
She
sentence
stirs
here,
it
inst
up and then leaves.
she
and
like
then it's like she just
instigates
yeah.
just a tad.
Yeah, she just drops it and then turns around and walks off and smiles, right? That's Morgana Banana Hammock. In case you didn't know what the MBH stood for, that's Morgana Banana Hammock.
I knew that.
Oh.
Mhm. Oh, don't lie on me, Jennifer.
Uh-oh, not Jennifer. She pulled the Jennifer again.
I know,
Oh.
she's good for that. She's good for that. But all right, are you guys ready to get into this affidavit?
Let's do it.
All right, here we go. Just know, let me put up a little. Hold on a minute. Let me put up a
You
little.
might want to
Where
put a
is my?
banner up.
Yeah, a little trigger warning. Um, how's that?
Yes.
Will that work?
It should be viewer. Sorry,
View discretion. Oh, thank you for
your
that.
discretion.
Hold on, let me change that.
Sorry.
No, I love a good I'm telling you
Edit.
right now, I love a good, uh
I have selective
grammar I love a
OCD.
good grammar police officer because I'm that way, but, sometimes you just don't catch it, you know?
Especially when you're typing on and you're doing quick. I'm sorry. It just came it flew out before my brain caught it.
No, I'm glad you
And
did. I would rather you do that than people to be saying, "Oh, the view discretion advised. Where's the er?"
where's the er?
Alright. Alright, alright, alright. Um, or I do have this ticker. Would you rather it be that, the little thing that scrolls, or would you rather it be the big banner? Anybody?
Hmm.
Bueller?
Mm, Bueller. Um,
I would say
Bueller.
the little ticker.
Okay. Alright. Okay. So, here we go. Starting on page 1. Statement of Brett Payne. And this was filed December 29th, 2022. Says the below information is provided by Brett Payne, who's a duly appointed, qualified, and acting peace officer within the county of Latah, state of Idaho. Brett Payne is employed by Moscow Police Department in the official capacity or position of corporal and has been a trained and qualified peace officer for approximately 4 years. Jolie Mae, can you guys hear her doing that?
it's
Not
fine
so
for
much.
me,
Yeah,
but
it's not like.
Okay. I just don't know how much that this microphone actually like blocks out background noise. Corporal Payne is being assisted by members of the Idaho State Police and agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. So that's just the background of the dude that wrote this affidavit. So on November 13th, 2022, at approximately 4 p.m., Moscow Police Department Sergeant Blaker and I responded to 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, hereafter the King Road residence, to assist with scene security and processing of a crime scene associated with 4 homicides. Upon our arrival, the Idaho State Police forensic team was on scene and was preparing to begin processing the scene. MPD Officer Smith, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised he would walk me through the scene. Officer Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. Um, so basically, it was the front door that you see on the house all the time. It was just that normal front door entrance. Officer Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. Officer Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned through Xana's driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room was Xana Kernodle, hereafter Kernodle, her bedroom. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Kernodle's, laying on the floor. Kernodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. One question that I have, though, because I'm kind of a little bit, I'm just going to say right now, a little bit confused on something here. So he's talking about directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned was Xana's bedroom. But just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Kernodle's, laying on the floor, deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. So my question is, it's not super duper clear if he means that Xana's body was found laying on the floor of her bedroom or the bathroom.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying.
For a long, long time, I assumed it was the bedroom. Um, but then I remember reading this later, and then I was like, "Why are they talking? I mean, why is the bathroom door even really mentioned at all? If she's found in the bedroom, you know what I mean?"
Yeah.
But it says, "As I approached the room, I could see a body." Now, I don't know if they're saying possibly that just before her bedroom, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. Um, and as he approached that door, he could see her body through the doorway of her bedroom. I just don't know. You know what I mean? It's not
It's
clear.
it's not worded well.
No. Um, but either way, she was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Also in the room was a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin, hereafter Chapin. Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined. Um, this whole page here has been redacted. Um, and I don't know what was ever there to begin with. Um, but Ethan was found, his injuries were to be caused by sharp force injuries, is what it says here. Um, and then that was another question that I had. One, I don't know why this page 2 is redacted, the whole page 2. Um, but it just says Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined. And it says autopsy report provided by Spokane County Medical Examiner, and then the date dated December 15th, to be caused by sharp force injuries. But the other question I had about that was it said that Xana's injuries looked to have been from what did it say? Um, by an edged weapon.
Yeah.
And so I'm kind of
Mhm.
wondering why it's saying hers appears to have been caused by an edged weapon, but then Ethan's says sharp force injuries. There's
I
never
believe
been
it's just,
anything that said that there was more than one um, weapon used, but I just wonder why there's a difference in wording there, you know. Um, and then it continues. It says, I then followed Officer Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Gonzalez, hereafter Gonzalez's room. I later learned from review of Officer Noon's body camera there was a dog in the room when Moscow police officers initially responded. The dog belonged to Gonzalez and her ex-boyfriend Jack DeCour. I found out from my interview with Jack DeCour on November 13th that he and Gonzalez shared the dog. Officer Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogan, hereafter Mogan, bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the third floor. Let me go back up here and see.
Jenny, I sent you a link to show a layout of the home, so
Oh,
that way maybe we can kind of visualize seeing. That way it might help.
thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me
It's
open
on
that.
a private chat. The link is.
Okay. Um. Okay. This is first house floor plan.
There's 3
Hold on.
pictures there.
Let me okay. Okay. So this is the house floor plan that she's talking about here. Let me catch up in the chat real quick. JB says trigger warning. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think one part was in the bedroom and the other was in the bathroom. Like she fell running to the bathroom. Oh, I mean, it's very possible. I mean, could be that she's laying. I feel like too that there was something that said that one of them, like, I feel like I read or heard somewhere that they said that they couldn't hardly get the door open because one of their bodies was up against the inside of the door.
Mm-hmm.
You remember hearing that?
Yeah.
Good morning, Tammy. Good morning. Good morning.
Hey, Tammy.
Steph says, sounds like she was slashed and he was stabbed. Hi, baby. Okay. Okay. Good morning, Sherry Jones. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. So this is a floor plan that JB sent me, and I'm assuming, okay, that's the
first floor.
This is the first floor. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, this is the second floor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Here's the kitchen. Because it was a 3 floor, like the bottom floor was where I'm trying to think. I think that if this is like facing, this would be the front door right here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's outside
Okay.
of where all the vehicles parked.
Yeah. Okay. Out here.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the front door. I'm not sure, but I feel like Bethany Funk's, the other surviving victim, I think this was her bedroom. I'm not positive. But
It was one
it
of
was
the 2 on the.
Yeah, it was one or the other. And then this is the second floor, which is where, so here you have the living room. These are the stairs. And then you have, this is the sliding door where the kitchen is. They feel like that's where he came in, or he definitely went out this sliding door here. Because Dylan Mortensen said that she saw him leave and go through the kitchen and out the sliding glass door.
Yeah, so
So
that's her bedroom.
this is Dylan's bedroom right here.
Mm-hmm.
And when you go up these stairs, you're going up into where Kaylee and Maddie were at.
Mm-hmm.
So you come down and then you have a bathroom. This is like a little hallway here. You have a bathroom, and then this is the bedroom where
Xana and Ethan were at.
Yeah, Xana and Ethan.
Which now it makes sense why he would be approaching a bathroom door before the bedroom.
Yeah. He would have been coming down through here. Okay, that's what it is. That's what makes sense, because I remember seeing this door. It wasn't here. This is the kitchen wall. He would have come down these.
Right past her bedroom door.
Here, through this here, and then this is Xana's bedroom, and then this is the bathroom. So he would have came through here, did what he did, and then went back out. And as he was coming through here, that's when Dylan steps out and comes face to face with him. And he turns and goes out the kitchen and out the sliding door. in my opinion, according to a lot of other people's. This is what she said too, Dylan, her account of it. Um, and then up here is the third floor, which is where the girls were at. Now I have to get this.
I believe bedroom 5 is the one that the girls were in because they were talking about how small it was.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they basically said like the bed took up almost the whole room.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. Why did I feel like it was this bedroom?
They did a lot of pictures going out towards the balcony, and out there is a balcony.
Yeah, there's a balcony here. But this room would be, I think that is it, because they said you could see inside Maddie's room from the left side from that hill, and the hill would have been over here if this is the front of the house. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This would have been that one balcony that you see on the back of the house but yeah, I don't know whose bedroom that would have been, unless it was Kaylee's, and maybe that is where the dog was at in here. It may have been empty at the time. I don't know, because she
Well,
was moving out.
that too, that would be put in them. The bigger one that looks like it's got the balcony, closer to the side of the house where that Ring doorbell picked up sound, and it sounded like whimpering like a dog.
Mm-hmm.
So the putting it on that side of the house would be putting it closer to that side of the house.
True.
To that
True.
camera.
Very true. Hi, baby. But yeah, I remember Kaylee's mom saying that the bed took up almost the entire room, and that you would, when you swung the door open, it would like almost brush up against the footboard of the bed.
Yeah.
So, but these were the stairs where he would have come up and then went right in here and done what he did. And then went back down the stairs. I don't know why it's showing 2 sets of stairs here.
Because there's one, it has a landing.
Yeah.
To go down.
Okay, gotcha. All right. So we'll have this up. I'll keep this up. I can't keep 2 tabs up at the same time. Or if you can, I haven't learned how to do that, so I'll just have to go back and forth between that one and where's the other
I've
one
still
at?
got the link in the back chat too, if that helps.
I can share this. Go back to that one. Okay. Henny's saying hi, everybody. Oh, she's waving at the camera. Jolie is. Tammy says, when we were growing up, my great grandmother and family members would not speak Portuguese around us. They would speak between them, but they said children needed only to speak English. Aw. Okay. Steph said that the other day too, about wishing that she could remember more of Portuguese. The older she gets, the less she uses it. I would think that it would be like riding a bicycle. Like once you learn it, you never forget it. But I also don't know another language, so I don't know how that would work. I don't know. Hi, baby. The skin wears me out. Okay. So, let's We were talking about the dog in this one, I think. But I'm going to reread through this just because I was wanting to see again what it said about Murphy. Murphy is the dog, by the way. It says, I then followed Officer Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom, which we saw. The bedroom on the west side of the floor, north, south, east, west, okay, was later determined to be Kaylee's room. Later learned from review of Officer Noon's body camera, there was a dog in the room when Moscow police officers initially responded. The dog belonged to Gonzalez. Which room is it saying the dog was in? The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee's. I later learned there was a dog in the room. Okay. So he's talking about that room on the right-hand side of that third floor. The dog belonged to Gonzalez and her boyfriend, Jack Decor. I found out from my interview with Jack on November 13th that he and her share the dog. Officer Smith pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogan's bedroom, okay, which was situated on the southeast corner of the third floor. As I entered this bedroom, I could see 2 females in the single bed in the room. Both Gonzalez and Mogan were deceased with visible stab wounds. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door. The sheath was later processed and had a K-bar USMC, United States Marine Corps, Eagle Globe and Anchors insignia stamped on the outside of it. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA, suspect profile, left on the button snap of the knife sheath. So, I don't know if it's ever stated which I'm going to go back up here to Maddie and Maddie's bedroom. I don't know if it's stated anywhere where the bed would have been. Like the headboard would have either been right here, like under this window, going this way, the footboard down here. I wish that thing would get out of the way. So that when you open it, it hits like the one footboard part, or would the headboard been on this wall here, with the footboard ending out here, with the window not being covered? I don't know if I know the answer to that. But it says that from the view of the door, the sheath was later processed. Where did it say that at? I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door. Laying next to her right side when viewed from the door. So if you're standing here, right side, see, I don't know if she was laying face up or face down.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of that too that's not disclosed either. So
Right. But if he can see it on her right side, her right side, is it saying to the right of where she's laying or on her actual right side? You know what I mean?
mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to see where the bed would have been positioned in the room. Anyway, Let's see. Steph says, nope. You know how sometimes your brain fart and forget a word in English? That's how it is, just more and more frequently as words drop off your vocabulary. Oh, well, there you go. Um, I do distant cousins on my dad's side, and my mom's oldest sister lives there. She's lived there for a bit, but went back with my grandparents. They both are now deceased, but she's still there. Aw. My mom usually goes for a month or so every summer. That would be cool. That would be cool if you went, Steph. Have you ever been?
Hi. Hi, Mom.
Hi, baby.
Hi.
Um, 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 um. So looking at the bedroom, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get past this until I can envision where that bed was positioned in that bedroom.
I'm
If
searching.
he's saying, I'm looking at this. It says, as I entered this bedroom, I could see two females in the single bed in the room. Both Gonzalez and Mogan were deceased with visible stab wounds. I also later noticed what agreed to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door. It says next to Mogan's right side. So I'm taking that to mean the right side of her physical being, not like laying on the right side of her on the bed. You see what I mean?
Hmm.
Because if she's laying upright, face up, it would be um
I feel like
they
if
said
he's saying he sees all that from the doorway, that the bed would have had to have been under the window.
well, but the bed was up against and in a corner. They said it was
Hmm.
wall to wall. So
Well, there's kind
maybe
of a half wall on that left side.
yeah.
Um, I don't know. I just feel like for him to have the description that he's given. I mean, it's just the way I'm reading it. The description he's giving is he would walk straight into the room and it would be straight on. He would see them straight on, which would put the bed up against the window.
Okay. So you thinking that maybe the bed would be like, oh shoot, I didn't mean to do that. You think maybe the bed would be like in this space?
Yeah, and then when you open the door, you would hit the footboard. I mean, either position, you would hit the footboard possibly. But
Mhm,
if it's a
mhm.
single bed, um, if I'm assuming that's a twin. So if it was on that left side, I don't know, the door would have to swing pretty wide to hit it. Whereas if it was on that window as a single bed, I feel like the door would hit it as it opened.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. That's just my take on it.
Yeah. I'm not sure because
Yeah. And then
they
two,
said that the bed said took up the vast majority of the bedroom. So I don't know
mhm.
that it would have been a single bed.
Yeah, but they keep referring to it as a single bed.
They
Maybe they
did.
mean
They
just
did.
maybe they mean just one bed
Right, instead of like a
instead
single
of like
size, like a twin
yeah,
size or something.
because I don't know how them two girls were up in a twin bed. That's a
Um,
lot of people in a twin bed.
right.
So maybe they just mean a single as in one bed.
Yeah. Um, but they said that it took up Kaylee's mom
Yeah.
said it took up the vast majority of that bedroom and it was wall to wall, like up against, like in the corner, like Kaylee was in the corner, like lodged between the headboard and a wall. So it would have either been here, here, or here. And so if the bed was laid out this way, then she would have had to been found in this corner or this corner is pretty much what I'm saying, because I don't know, girls like the way their rooms are decorated. I can't imagine that she would put the headboard here and then cover up this window with. It's one thing to cover up the window with the headboard, but it's something else to cover it up with the side of the bed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why hmm, I don't know. And then two, okay, so hear me out. If it was up against that window when he walked in, if the sheath was on her right side, not meaning her physical the right of her, then if that bed was up against the window, it would be on the edge of the bed and it would be easier for him to see.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? If the bed was turned to the left and against that left wall, if it
Mhm.
was on her right side, it would either be between the two girls or it would be on that opposite side of the bed, both making it difficult for him to see.
Right, right.
So, in my mind, I can't say conclusively one way or the other, but I feel like on that back wall.
Um yeah, I'm not sure, but and see, for a long time I thought that it was a situation where, cuz they said for a long time that Maddie was like laying partially on top of Kaylee. Like, I think a lot of people were having like this vision of the way they had explained it for a long time was that they were pretty much laying one on top of the other. Um, but then, whenever this probable cause affidavit came out, um, it was a little bit different the way they explained it. And then also now we've learned that Kaylee was sitting up in a corner, trapped.
Well, it could be that
Um,
she was sitting up in the corner and the other girl was laying across like her legs or something like that.
oh yeah, that could have been too.
That would still technically be laying on her.
Mhm.
Um, I don't know. The wording is difficult to understand, like
Mhm.
what exactly they mean.
Yeah. Let me check the um I was just wanting to check back up in the chat. Steph says, I want to go back so bad. I went when I was younger, went to Lisbon when I was 11. And I don't know how to say that, Azores when I was 18, but I had just had my first breakup after a 3-year relationship, so I didn't appreciate it enough. I'm dying to go back now that I can appreciate it, but it's so expensive. We know BK wasn't, trying to prove that Sheath wasn't BK. I don't know what you mean, Tammy.
Maybe he wasn't military.
He wasn't, but his grandfather was.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like that seems staged as well.
But apparently they also have the knife. You can actually buy those on Amazon.
Yes, you
Right.
can. And the sheath.
Yeah.
And yeah. I don't know. Again, it just goes to how smart he was and how he would have had to cover all that stuff. Do you really think he would have left like the sheath just laying there out in the open? Just, I don't know.
He may not have realized it too.
It
He
could be.
made
He
it
could have dropped it.
because it was noted somewhere at some point in time that he had returned back to the house later on in the morning, like between 9 and 10 or something like that.
Mm.
So he could have gone,
See,
Yeah.
oh crap, I left that and try to get back to the house. Well, then, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. They say there was like the like I think wasn't there like pings or something that showed that he is that what you just said about him going back to the house
Mm-hmm.
afterwards?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because I was reading the chat and I literally missed the last couple sentences, so I didn't know if that's what you said, and I didn't want to repeat what you just said.
It's okay.
Mickey was saying 2 little skinny teens would fit in a twin bed. My nieces did it all the time. Yeah, they did. But
That's true.
these are, you know, they're not little
21-year-old.
teens. They're 21-year-olds,
But
but
they were tiny.
they were, and but I don't feel like it was a twin bed. I don't
If it was,
know.
I don't think the twin bed would take up the majority of that room.
No.
I think
Mm-mm.
when he said single bed, because nobody calls, I don't know about y'all, but nobody that I know calls a twin bed a single bed anymore.
No.
So I feel like it's like there was one bed.
Also, too, I
Yeah,
mean,
I
if
would
you
think
mm,
I was just gonna say I think it would be at least a full size.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 people can fit in a full size bed. I know that because me and my husband was married the first 10 years we had a full size bed. Uh, and then we got smart one year and was like, "You know what, babe? Let's use our tax check and get an actual, like, real adult mattress."
what I was gonna say was, if you notice too, like when you go to rent, like even like a motel room, right? And they said, "Well, do you want a single bed?" Well, if you go in there and you look, that's at least a full or a queen.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. It's just one bed.
Mm-hmm.
Mickey, I thought yours was a queen size. Are you sure it's a full size? Hey, Abigail Marie. Hey, baby.
Oh,
Oh,
Abigail.
Hello, hello.
all right. I'm gonna leave you two to chat for a second because this child is needing assistance.
Oh
So
no.
I'll let you guys just chat with each other and with the chat. And Mickey, I could have swore you all had a queen size. Anyway, okay.
Abba-dabba-doo.
I'll be right back.
Is it just me that Jenny been in a lot of people's beds? She talking
Uh,
about Mickey's bed.
I'm
She was
kind of picking that up. She's experienced a lot of people's
she
beds.
was in Zombie's bed.
Well, no, wait.
Well, she came back.
Wait. I got halfway down the hallway and heard, how many beds has Jenny been in? So Mickey is my in real life sister. So it's okay for me to be in the bed with my real life sister. And Abigail, I have been in the bed with, and I have been in the bed with Elizabeth, and I have been in the bed with Grace. I have
Wow.
Yeah, we're listing
been
off
in the bed
all
with a
the.
lot of people, but no shenanigans happen, you know.
Mm.
I'm just
Okay.
a little jealous. That's all.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
Alright.
we'll have to fix that. So, all right. Now I'm
All
going to
right.
go back to assist my
Go.
child. Now, for real.
She got to we got to
She
talking
come
about
running
something, and
back.
she said, "Wait a minute."
She said, "Hold on."
Hmm.
Abadoo said, "I've been in everybody's bed." Morgana said she's never been in bed with me. That's funny. She listed off the whole chat.
I know, right? Everybody's like, "Oh, wait a minute."
And I was even going to give her the benefit of the doubt that she wasn't in the bed with Zombie because she was in the chair, but then I forgot she said they were laying there chatting about it. So that's funny.
Yes, Morgana, we know. Just for the record. Oh, Lord.
Abigail said, "I didn't come here to talk about people's beds. I came to look at the trial." To be fair, we were talking about the bed in the trial and the two girls in the bed together that just morphed into Jenny being everybody in everybody's
Yeah.
bed.
Yeah, that this
That's how we
somehow
got
we
there.
morphed it into.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, because she left us in charge.
I know.
I mean, that's it.
Yes. That's. I mean, we have to explain what we were just.
Exactly.
We're recapping. That's what it is. We're
Recap. Yes.
recapping.
Yes. Recapping.
Yeah.
No, we're going over the affidavit.
Yeah. We're starting at the beginning.
All right, Steph, I'm on my way.
Oh.
Just kidding. I just want some of the scones.
Oh. Let's see here. And now
Lee said I did not do it
he's like, I didn't do it this time.
for once.
It wasn't
Not
Lee.
Lee.
We have proof. Somebody screenshot. Save it.
Save it. Oh, y'all clip that.
Oh, yes, Abigail, I do need to get in contact with you.
Oh, and pedicures and manicures. That too,
Okay.
Steph. Tiffy's like, I'm sorry, what? I keep trying to do a road trip. Look, anytime anything happens, like somebody's having a bad day, road trip. Stubbed your toe, road trip.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, I'm trying to do a road trip.
I'm probably the furthest away. One of the furthest away, other than our Henny. Henny's out there way, way across the big.
Across the pond? She crossed the
big,
pond?
big pond. It's a big pond.
Wow. Where are you?
Arkansas.
Oh, yeah, you're far.
Yes.
And cold.
Yes. Well, not really today. We were supposed to be almost to 70 today.
How much?
70.
Yeah, see, we got that cold nasty, and we're like we were 36 this morning. It's not okay. Not okay.
Abigail, what's the best way to get in contact with you? $41. My goodness.
Oh, wait a minute. Also, y'all hit the like button.
Yes. Everybody hit the like button.
I always forget to do that on the live. I don't know why. I just never think about it.
I do too. I try to jump in and be like, bam, okay. First thing. Because if I don't do it at first, I'm going to forget.
Yep. I always forget, and then somebody says, y'all put your DNA on the like button. I'm like, dang it. I didn't leave my DNA. Let me go leave my DNA.
Okay, guys, I'm back.
All right, y'all be quiet.
Yeah, we'll be good now.
Okay, we're off the hook. We're off the hook. Yay.
Right.
I'm just glad to see you guys didn't burn the house down or drink the alcohol cabinet out, like.
We did change the radio station, though.
Oh, that's all right. That's
Sorry.
all right. Everybody's got to have a little bit of new,
Yeah.
something new to listen to. All right. So, thank you, Lee. Thank you, Lee. I appreciate it. Yes, put your fingerprint and leave all the DNA. Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, and for reals, if you haven't hit the thumbs up button, please do that. I love it. I love it when you guys do that. Or, you can always hit the thumbs down too if you, need to. That's fine as well.
Look, interaction is interaction.
Right.
I mean,
I literally had to leave some comments to some hateful commenter on a video yesterday.
Where they
And
at?
I said somebody left some kind of, hateful comment, and 4 of them actually, and I hearted every one of them, and one of them said something, and I replied with a fact. And then the other 3 comments, it was all from the same person. And I said, thanks for watching. And on the other one, I put, thanks for the watch time. And then on the third one, I said, hope you have a great day.
That's the thing. I mean, look, thumbs up, thumbs down. You're still giving me interaction. Hey,
Yeah.
you want to watch me? You watch my whole video. Give me the watch time. Put a thumbs down. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. I mean, you're not hurting my feelings.
Mm-mm. No, my skin is thicker than that. So,
but
all
you
right.
let me at them because I will.
Nah.
Okay. All right. I'm just saying. Don't make me go looking at videos try to find out who they are.
Let's just say it was somebody who's really not vibing the frozen Kansas City dude. So, but there you go. So, next part as we continue into here, let me go. As I entered this bedroom, I could see two females, which we read this part, right? But I'm going to
we're
reread
next paragraph.
it. Oh, the next one?
Yep.
I'm gonna reread this part though real quick. I'm just gonna. Oh no, that one is the one that we did read. That we read that one like 3 or 4 times. Never mind. Because I remember the tan knife sheath. But I'm glad I reread that because for some reason I keep envisioning a black knife and knife sheath. But anyway. As part of the investigation, numerous interviews were conducted by Moscow Police Department, Idaho State Police, detectives, and FBI agents. 2 of the interviews included B and DM. Now, these are the 2 surviving roommates. Both BF and DM were inside the King Road residence. We'll just say Bethany and Dylan, okay? Were inside the King Road residence at the time of the homicides and were roommates to the victims. Bethany's bedroom was located on the east side of the first floor of the King Road residence. So, we were right. It would have been the one on the left side of the thing. On the left side of if you're facing the house on that first floor. Would have been Bethany's bedroom. Based on numerous interviews conducted by MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents, as well as my review of evidence, I have learned the following. On the evening of November 12th, 2022, Chapin and Kernodle are seen by Bethany at the Sigma Chi house on the University of Idaho campus at 735 whatever drive from approximately 9 p.m. on November 12th to 1:45 on November 13th a.m. Bethany also estimated that at approximately 1:45 a.m., Chapin and Kernodle returned to the King Road residence. Bethany also stated that Chapin did not live in the King Road residence, but was a guest of Kernodle. So, Ethan Chapin and Xana Kernodle were, in a relationship. They were boyfriend, girlfriend, right? And he lived at the, at a fraternity house, and, but he would spend the night, I guess, with her fairly often. So, so they get home at 1:45 a.m. I can't remember what was going on at the Sigma Chi house that night, but I think there was a party going on, but there was also some sort of like event that happened. I can't remember. It was like a formal dance or something. Do you know, JB? Do you remember?
Abigail's got me doing some crazy stuff right now. I just hit her up on Instagram, so I'm sorry, I'm a little sidetracked.
What in the world? Hold on. They're trying to derail me. Little do they know, or maybe that's why they're doing this to me, is because they know I can't see the chat when I'm reading stuff. Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. Abigail's easy. We know that.
More importantly, Mickey, we need the Mickey story.
I've got lots of Mickey stories, but what is she getting at?
She said that she would go to jail for you and she don't want to go back again. And we were like, I'm sorry, what? And yeah, we're gonna need some deets.
Oh, well, Mickey's been in jail more than once, so.
Abigail.
Right on. All right.
I have to say something here because I'm going to get in trouble if I don't.
Okay.
Abigail, you make the best creative cock for Diamond Art.
Now that's we have to specify the L in that word, okay?
Call.
Sorry. That was the southern in there. Call.
The call.
Yes. The call.
Okay.
So one of the ones I was watching yesterday said that video of them at the food truck showed that there was possibly an argument between the girls and somebody else at the food truck. And so they weren't sure if maybe that had something to do with what happened.
Yeah, they say there's a possibility of that. Apparently, there's like, if you kind of like do, there's a bajillion different YouTube videos out there that have like showed that grub truck food truck camera 100 which ways, right? And there is parts where you see like, the hoodie guy, and you see there's a girl that walks up and kind of like, apparently the girl that shows up had beef with one or a couple of the girls. But I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, I have to go back and watch it when I'm not like sleeping, because I wasn't really watching the video. I just heard them talking about it, and they're like, if you see here, that's when I was like floating out. They're like, if you see here, it looks like maybe they're having an argument or something. And I was like, oh, was hoodie guy? Is that like, are they saying that was Brian?
No.
Oh, okay.
He was a suspect. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Got you.
Originally, but then he was cleared.
It could have been his sister's sorority. I can't remember. I'm not positive about that. Okay, you're doing Palantine. I don't care what you do Palantine with. You're doing it for my event, so anything works, right? Mine and Mindy's event, so. Let me go. Abigail, she said she just went to a food truck. You're okay. You're okay. It's not the food truck that's the problem, you know.
She says it's the sidetracking my co-host. It's the problem.
Okay. So, back. Where were I? Okay, here we was talking about the Sigma Chi house. Okay. Gonzalez and Mogan were at a local bar, the Corner Club. Gonzalez and Mogan can be seen on video footage provided by the Corner Club between 10 p.m. and 1:30 a.m. At approximately 1:30 a.m., Gonzalez and Mogan can be seen on video at a local food vendor called the Grub Truck. The Grub Truck live streams video from their food truck on the streaming platform Twitch, which is available for public viewing on their website. This video was captured by law enforcement. A private party, redacted, reported that he provided a ride to Gonzalez and Mogan at approximately 1:56 a.m. from downtown Moscow in front of the Grub Truck to the King Road residence. So you do see them walk off away from the Grub Truck.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the private party that provided the ride. Apparently, I've heard two different things. I've heard that the private, like, they're basically paid designated drivers, right?
Hmm.
So I don't know if that's like just someone that works and does that for like a lot of the college kids in the area, or if like I think I had heard one point that Steve Gonzalez like paid for the service or something. I don't know, but anyway. Um and I think if I'm not mistaken that this private party is a large truck, like a large like Ford or Chevy or Dodge, some big truck, I think. Okay. DM and BF, Dylan and Bethany, both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence were at home by 2 a.m. and asleep, or at least in their rooms by approximately 4 a.m. Um, and asleep, or at least in their rooms. So I think some of them were probably asleep and others were just in their rooms by approximately 4. This is with the exception of Kernodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. Hi, baby. Do you want these cheesy puffs? Yum.
Mm.
She just ate a banana too. She's like super snacky right now. Dylan DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor, which let's go back here and go back to page 2, which this would be Dylan's bedroom right here. Is it more helpful if I leave that up while I read some of these things, or do you guys want to read along, or does it matter? DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. Dylan stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Gonzalez playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms. So if she's asleep here, then it would have been this bedroom, which would have been right over top of her bedroom, right? Because she wouldn't have heard it if it would have been way over here on this side of the house.
Right. I believe the second and the third floor are pretty much like they sit right on top of each other.
They
It's
do.
The first floor.
The bottom floor. Yeah. It's this floor that kind of sits outward a little bit.
Right.
Let me see. Where was I? She stated it sounded like Gonzalez playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. A short time later, Dylan said she heard who she thought was Gonzalez say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed this could also have been Kernodle, as her cell phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. So, you can see there's a lot of like, I know it's a little bit, but there's actually a lot of bit of things going on all at the same time right now at this point.
Wait, I'm sorry. I got sidetracked because I was getting yelled at. Who was using the TikTok? That was Dylan?
Xana.
Oh, Xana. Okay. Never mind.
Yep. Yep. And so Xana is on the same floor as Dylan is. This is Dylan, and then Xana and Ethan are over here in this bedroom. So they're like, you literally just, you know what I mean? Right
Yeah.
through here.
Yeah, you got to go through a doorway and walk by the bathroom.
Yeah. But says Dylan stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of this. I'm rereading this. South side of the second floor. Dylan stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Gonzalez playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. So, you have noise. Dylan's hearing something, right? What she assumes is Kaylee playing with the dog. But could it have been she's hearing the thumping and bumping of,
Yeah.
Brian Koberger upstairs attacking these two females? You know, is that what she's hearing? Because she literally said right before that, um, or right after the wait, what she stated sounded like Gonzalez playing with her dog, which were located on the third floor. She said she heard a short time later, said she heard who she thought was Gonzalez say something to the effect of "There's someone here." So could that have been not Kaylee? What if that would have been Xana saying "There's somebody here"
Mm-hmm.
whenever she's on her way to get the DoorDash?
Well, and how
Um,
did well, I guess that was on a different floor, maybe, because they picked up the Ring doorbell, picked up the whimpering, but why didn't it pick up the someone's here or I'm here to help you or did it?
I don't think because of the side of the house that was closest to that Ring doorbell would have been the third floor where Murphy was at. The thud and like whimpering, crying, which
Right.
could have been Xana.
See, I thought the whimpering that they were talking about was one of the girls. I didn't realize it was possibly the dog.
It could have been the dog. It could have been Xana.
Mm.
Because that
yeah,
Ring doorbell cam is closest to that side of the house.
yeah,
Xana's room and on second floor and the room that Murphy was in on the third floor.
yeah. It's like right across the way. It's like on the Ring doorbell footage was at a house that was like on the same side of the road
Mm-hmm.
as the girls' house, but it was far enough away that it wouldn't have caught anybody saying, "I think there's somebody here." It wasn't like the Ring bell footage was caught in their own house. It was a neighbor's house that got the Ring doorbell footage.
Got it.
Yep.
Yeah. Um, but um so 4 a.m. Dylan hears what sounds like Kaylee playing with the dog. A short time later, and I don't know how much of a short time later, she hears who she thought was Gonzalez say, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed this could also have been Kernodle, as her cell phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12. So if she's using the TikTok app at 4:12 a.m., I think it would make more sense for her to have been the one to say there's somebody here than it would have been from Kaylee.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah, because there was no proof she was awake. Kaylee, I mean.
right. I'm just trying to think what the time was. Here, let's go on. I need to write down these times though. Hold on. See, I've done this once before And then, you know how I have like random notebooks where I write stuff like this down, and then the notebook gets filled up, and I'm like, I won't need that. I'm just going to throw that away. And then I throw away junk notebooks.
Mm-hmm.
All right, 4 a.m. and then 4:12. Xana, TikTok. Heard.
Tammy, I believe the girls up on the third floor were first, and then Xana and Ethan, because Dylan saw the person leave
Right.
after that, walked by her. Well, the only way they're going to walk by her in the direction that she was describing would have been coming from Ethan and Xana's room, not coming down the stairs from the girls' room.
Yeah, and also, if you think about it, like, QB, what are you gonna go cry? What are you crying for? Y'all, Abadu is being mean to me in group chat. Oh no. I mean, that figures.
Right? Are we surprised?
Uh,
Sorry.
okay. So, then the other two were second because they saw him and vice versa. Yeah, I think, and you know what? I don't think anybody knows for sure, but it makes more sense that the girls were killed first upstairs.
And then he made his way down and then out.
He made his way down and then killed Xana and Ethan. And because whenever Dylan sees him, she says he's literally on his way out
Yeah.
the kitchen and through the sliding glass doors to go outside and leave, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, he could have came in, had taken care of Xana and Ethan first, then gone upstairs to Maddie and Kaylee, and then come back downstairs and maybe, but I mean, I guess that's a possibility, but it doesn't really make sense because the K-bar sheath was found under Maddie,
Exactly.
Yeah.
you know?
Did that cable? I mean, I've only seen like one picture. I think that didn't it seem awfully new, like not used. Didn't seem. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just
I don't know that
making stuff up.
I don't know that I've ever seen a picture of the
Not
sheath.
the one that was used. I think
Oh, did they just
basically what's
have
been
like
out there is like what it would have looked
an
like.
example of?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Yeah, the knife itself has never been recovered.
Mm-mm.
The only thing
Okay,
that was recovered was the knife sheath,
that's
and
what I
I don't.
meant.
Okay, I just don't know that I've seen pictures of the actual knife sheath that was his. There may be that might be out there, and very well could be. I don't know that I've seen it.
Let me see.
And you know what? I've seen so much stuff. It would be likely that I have seen it, and I just don't remember it. But
Yeah, look.
hmm,
Okay, so these are just examples. Maybe that's what I saw was an example because I was thinking it looked like that was the other reason why I was saying it was felt staged because it was like so new looking.
mm.
But all right, disregard.
Oh no, you're good because honestly, I don't know if they've proven that it was actually new or not. I think I've heard both that he had bought it previously or that it belonged to a grandfather of his or something.
Mm,
So I'm
okay.
not sure which.
Okay.
Mickey says when she saw him, he couldn't have been casually walking. He had to have been breathing heavy after all the exercise he just had. I mean, he had to have been breathing hard. Well, when she saw him, she said that, well, and it says here in a little bit, it tells like what she doesn't really say, I don't think, about whether he's breathing hard or not. She just says she sees him and she's, shocked and goes in a shock phase or whatever. Um,
I wonder
Dylan,
if there was drugs, if they were doing drugs in the house, which I don't know if that's been proven or not. I know there was been talk of it, but maybe Dylan. I mean, I was just talking outside the box. Maybe Dylan was high on something, and that's why she didn't call the police. Maybe she thought she was hallucinating, or she didn't want to call because she was high on something, or
that's actually been another theory that's been floated around, actually, to
oh,
be honest, yeah.
Hmm.
okay. Well, there you go.
Mm, good call on that. Good judgment call on that. Very much so.
Yeah, just it's weird that she was. I mean, I get being in the frozen state, but those frozen states, I mean, sometimes they do last for an extended period of time, but that's fairly rare. Usually it's, you know, a frozen and then your fight or flight takes over.
Hmm.
Right.
But wasn't she doing something on the phone or something? She was texting or something, right?
There's a lot saying out there that she could have, there was activity on her phone.
Okay. Yeah,
Um,
because if you're in that frozen state, you're not doing nothing.
exactly.
So, anyways, okay. Sorry.
Um, let me see. Morgana says you would think so, Mickey. And then Mickey said if she was in shock, she saw or heard something because people was in and out of there. She wouldn't have been shocked to see someone. Well, she was shocked to have seen him because he was all in black and he had a mask on, and all she could see was his eyes and his bushy eyebrows. So, and I mean, also, did he have a knife in his hand? He had that knife on him somewhere. Um,
Hmm.
when he walked by her, he didn't have a sheath to put it back in because the sheath was left underneath Maddie's body or by her body. So and was she in such a shock that she just didn't see it in his hand, or you know what I mean? Um, and he would have had to have been covered in blood. Could
Well,
she?
he was wearing dark clothing too.
True,
Remember the
and
clad in black type
yeah,
thing?
but I also don't know if the lights were on, if you know what I mean? Like, if she
Hmm.
opened the door and could all the lights have been off and it's dark in there? Yeah, I don't know. But, I mean, you would think if the lights were off, there's no windows right around in that section of there. Um, how did she see bushy eyebrows, you know?
Hmm.
Um, but anyway, it says Dylan stated she looked out her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. Dylan stated she opened her door for a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. Dylan then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, ugh, and this is what creeps me out. It's okay. I'm going to help you. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I wasn't back to sharing the thing. Um, so I'm gonna read that part again. I know you guys are like, "Wait a minute, what?" We're only on page 5, but I told JB this might be like a 2-day affair here reading this
Hmm.
because a lot of
Yep.
chatting between.
Yes.
But Dylan stated she looked out her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about somebody being in the house. Dylan stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. Dylan then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." So, my question is the crying coming from Kernodle's room, that would have obviously been Xana. But when she hears the male voice say, "It's okay, I'm gonna help you," who said that? It would have either been Brian or Ethan.
Right.
Yeek.
I know,
I
right?
didn't think about Ethan.
Mhm.
Oh god.
Right? I
Yeah.
mean, what if he's the one, what if he's like, "It's okay, I'm gonna help you," But, like,
Oh man.
or what if it was Brian, like, trying to hush her up if she's, like, thinking something's freaky weird, and then he's like, "It's okay, I'm gonna help you," and then whack.
That was my
Mhm.
thought, but then you said Ethan, and I was like, oh man.
Yeah, I don't know. Hey, Patricia. I was hoping you'd be able to pop in. She said, "I think that good vibes sign provided a bit of light." That's true. There was one of those neon lighted signs that was in there. Um, I just don't know that, if all the lights are off, I mean, potentially, I don't know. Um, uh, Putting you on 2 times to catch up. All heck broke loose at work. I hate this place. I'm sorry, Abigail. Um, Second floor, Tammy. Yeah. Second floor. They were, let me share this tab. If you can see, Tammy, this is the floor plan. And this is the second floor. And right here where my cursor is circling is where Xana's bedroom was and where they were at. So, oh my goodness, we have someone else here. We have someone in
Oh.
the
Oh.
background. Patricia says, "I try to be here, but I'm on the West Coast and sometimes work gets crazy and takes me away. I enjoy watching." Thanks, Patricia. I was just hoping you'd be able to be here because I knew you said you wanted to go through the affidavit again, and that's what we were intending to do today. We're just slow going it, okay? Slow going it. Morgana, I'm going
Lots
to
of
add you.
discussions.
I'm going to add Morgana Banana. Welcome.
Howdy, howdy, howdy.
Hey, Morgana,
hey.
and don't take this personally, but I'm gonna have to jump off in about 10 minutes. 'Cause I
Oh,
have to go to the
sure.
doctor. I'm sorry. I knew you were going to
Sure.
say that. Yeah, I gotta go get ready. But anyways, I'll be here for a little bit while longer.
You just don't like me, I know.
I love you, Morgana. I'm sorry.
I'm kidding you.
She says, "I love you, Morgana. I'm sorry."
Trust me, I'd rather stay here.
I bet.
Yeah. Shoot some prayers out for little Miss QB. You want to tell them what you got going on?
Man. I have to go for a steroid injection in my shoulder, and then after that, I'm going to the ortho to see what they're going to do about my back. And they also wanted me to do PT today, and I'm like, no, homie, 2 is enough. So, and I don't normally get nervous about this stuff. I think I'm not nervous. I think I'm anxious, which sounds stupid because it's kind of the same, but it's a long story that I'm not going to go into, but I got hurt at work in November, and this is the first definitive treatment that I'm getting like 3 months later. And I think I'm just anxious. I want it to work because I'm just tired of hurting.
Yeah.
So,
QB, I totally understand where you're coming from. Trust me.
yeah. So, and then I'm anxious about going to the ortho for my back because we haven't reviewed the MRI there, and I don't know what they're going to say, and I'm just anxious. So, but I'll take all y'all's prayers because, yeah.
Well, prayers to you for sure.
Thanks, y'all.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
but yeah, I'll hang out for a little bit longer, and then I'm gonna have to do so.
I understand.
Well, definitely send in the prayers because I can imagine that's just a lot,
Yeah.
It's been a lot. And so it's a workers' comp thing, so of course they're like, yeah, whatever. and I couldn't get in for an MRI for a while, and so it was kind of like, yeah, you hurt yourself, we get it. And then I get my MRI, and it's like, oh crap, like, oh wait, you really hurt yourself, and I'm like, yeah, like I tore my rotator cuff,
Oh,
and I pinched. There's an impingement in my shoulder, and then I've got two bulging discs and a pinched nerve in my back, and I also hurt my ankle, which is the least of my worries. But
gosh.
yeah, it's. I mean, I got pretty jacked. So
I got plenty of bubble wrap. I mean, do you
Yeah.
need it?
that's what everybody
Right.
keeps telling me. They're like, "Do we need to wrap you up?" And let me just tell you, it happened. The lady was like 96 years old, so there's that.
You
Anyway,
got beat
but
up by a 96-year-old.
I did. Look, my
Yeah.
second day there, I got beat up
Yeah.
by a hospice patient. So we're not going to talk about it.
Oh man.
But yeah, so anyways, I'll be fine. I think I'm just, like I said, I'm just anxious because I'm finally starting to get some treatment, and I just want it to work. So
Yeah.
anyways, look, just stop. Y'all stop talking about me. Go back to Brian
Hey,
and
there's
people.
nothing wrong with that. There's
I
nothing wrong with that.
know.
You
I just
mentioned it
don't.
yesterday in here, and I remembered asking Dawn because Dawn had said she had something similar to that a while back, and so yeah.
Yeah, everybody
But
says it's
lots
not
and
a
lots of
big.
prayers.
It's not a big. It's not a big deal. And I'm not like, I have a really high pain tolerance, so I'm not worried about that. Like I said, I think I'm just anxious because I'm ready for something to start helping.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
anyways, thank y'all. I
Mhm.
appreciate it.
Sure thing. Sure
Most
thing. Hey, Mary Lou. Hey,
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 Mary
Mary
Lou.
Lou. JB shared something pretty cool with me. I wanted to share this before because there's lots of talk about this K-bar knife and stuff. And thank you, JB. JB is she is like
I'm the secret sleuth.
my very own personal Google, man. She's like, she should be
She's like
going to
that.
school for this kind of thing.
She's like that thing I sent you yesterday in the chat.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's JB. I saw it. I said, that's JB.
Yep.
Yeah.
That would be me.
Yeah. She is. All right, so this is from the Daily Mail, and it says Idaho cops contacted K-bar knife sellers to try to tie suspect Brian Koberger to murder weapon, as the firm says it has no records of someone buying one under his name. So, there are some little bullet points here. Says a spokesman for K-bar has denied selling directly to suspect Brian Koberger. However, the suspected killer could have purchased a weapon from a retailer. Police sources said that a sheath found at the scene fits a 7-inch hunting knife. So, um,
Oof.
There's lots of
produces the
photos
kind
down
of
low.
knife which would fit the sheath, has denied having anyone by Koberger's name in their system. But this is the knife. Not the knife, but a similar, right? It says a law enforcement source claims that the sheath found matches a 7-inch knife sold by K-Bar, a manufacturer of hunting weapons. So this is similar to what, if not, close to what was used, the
No,
sheath
K-bar
and the knife.
knives are no joke.
Yeah, that's what they
They're,
said.
that's no, like you can, I mean, be careful, but I mean, you can get a deer or something with that. It's no joke.
Well, I mean, they say it's a hunting knife, and it was used
Yeah.
in military
Yep.
issued a lot of times, but like I said, now you can buy them, um, through retailers. But this says
Yeah.
K-Bar, who produces the kind of knife which would fit the sheath, has denied having anyone by Koberger's name in their system. A spokesperson for the company confirmed to TMZ Moscow police and other agencies contacted the company.
I think you can get K-bars on Amazon now, though. I mean, it wouldn't necessarily have to go through um, K-Bar store. I mean, K-Bar. Yeah, you can get. I'm looking at it right now. You can get them on Amazon. So K-Bar not having his name doesn't really.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't prove anything.
It says K-Bar says it's been made since the Second World War and can be used for chopping firewood or cutting wire and rope.
Mm-hmm.
But
They're no
this is
joke.
the sheath. So this is the sheath, not the one. Let's not get things twisted. This is a similar one like this that was found near Maddie Mogan's body. And what they actually have the DNA on is the snap, the actual
Right.
snap part of the sheath.
I think that's the picture I saw, and I was thinking it was the actual. I was like, that looks kind of new to be like. So that makes more sense. So it's just a facsimile.
Yeah, right. Um, Authorities are still hunting for the murder weapon, with Moscow Chief of Police James Fry confirming they are yet to find it after Koberger was arrested. They confirmed on Thursday they found DNA on a button of the sheath, which they then confirmed was Koberger's by digging through his trash. It comes as law enforcement said that sources say the alleged killer was seen taking out garbage using surgical gloves several times at his parents' home. The officers were tasked with tracking Koberger so they could arrest him as soon as a warrant was issued, as well as trying to get a hold of an object to compare DNA to a sample found at the scene. He was also seen cleaning the inside and outside of his car, with the source adding that he didn't miss an inch.
That's what
Oh,
we were
that's
talking
not
about
So
sussy.
yesterday.
yeah, they were apparently, from what I've heard, they were like watching him from a
Mm-hmm.
distance, obviously, but that he
Right.
was like cleaning the crap out of his car. But they couldn't go arrest him until they were like on standby, right?
Right.
Waiting on word to go. Um
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Koberger was also reportedly seen taking out the trash to his neighbor's bins at around 4 a.m., with the contents being recovered by officers. So this is his parents' house.
Right.
This is where he was at when he was cleaning his car. Um, and the police seized the trash from Koberger's family home in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania.
So that's where he
So
was cleaning the car. It wasn't.
yeah,
Oh well, his dad had been in that car in between that time, hadn't he?
yeah, and I think that was one thing. Uh, Hold on a second. Let me just double check. I'm pretty sure he was cleaning. Didn't it say he was cleaning his? Yeah, that he was cleaning his car at his dad's.
Hmm.
Comes law enforcement because he was arrested in Pennsylvania.
Right.
And so that's one thing why, because they pulled out the whatever it was that was in the trash they had tested was his dad's, and that's how
Mm-hmm.
they found out that the DNA on the knife sheath was Brian's, because it came back as a with the
Matched from the past.
genealogical whatever stuff.
Right.
Um, and I remember them people saying stuff like, "Well, I mean, if there would have been like evidence in the car, wouldn't the dad have seen it?" Because apparently the dad came and they like instead of him flying to Pennsylvania, he drove the car, but his dad flew to him in Washington
Right. And came back with him.
and then drove back with him, which was
Hmm.
super weird to begin with. And then they
Yeah.
made this big, long, massive detour. Instead of going straight through, they come down and around and through Indiana. And they said it had something to do with they saw something to do with the big snowstorm somewhere, and they was trying to side, like miss that or something. I don't know, but
Yeah.
got pulled over twice in Indiana back to back, like within 30 minutes or an hour or something of each other.
Right.
Here it says the murder scene home is on King Road in Moscow, a quiet cul-de-sac near the University of Idaho campus. This here, down here, I don't know if you can see what I'm seeing, but down here
Yeah.
is where the kitchen
Mhm.
slider door is.
Right.
And then this up here is the top floor. So like Maddie's bedroom would be over here in this corner. And
Right.
then the other big bedroom is down here on this end where there's another slider door.
Mm-hmm. QB had to drop out, she said.
All right.
She's going to be in chat. So
All right. I'll be thinking about you.
I'm back.
QB.
JB, make it back.
I'm back.
Yeah.
I had to do the things.
Had to do the things. You can have that, baby. I made it. I got it just for you. Tammy says maybe the defense wants to rule out that no one in his family had been in the Marines. Yeah, they say that his grandfather was in the Marines, but like they're just trying to prove sorry for this wrinkling and crinkling. She's wanting this little snack.
Oh, yeah.
Snack.
Snack.
A snacky snack.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. You're welcome. But apparently you can buy the K-bar, like QB found it on Amazon. You can buy them on Amazon. And they actually, I do have a report where it shows that they've requested, like they subpoenaed Amazon for all of his like account information and stuff too. Yeah.
And I believe there was also a subpoena on a bank account as well.
Yeah, there was actually subpoenas on a lot of bank accounts.
Yes.
And not just his, but all the kids too. There were subpoenas on Snapchat accounts from the victims, and like there's going to be quite a bit of like forensic digital evidence, a lot of it.
You can only imagine.
I mean, eBay, I don't know what the eBay thing was for unless they think that he may have bought one of those knives off of eBay.
Right.
All kinds. He was tailgating at a high rate of speed, but think they were tracking him via air.
Well, they tried to act like the Indiana police didn't know. I mean, it wasn't like a planned, you know what I mean? Like they weren't telling them, oh, stop him here. Or that's what I heard anyway.
Yeah. QB says, I love how Jolie just drops in. Hi. Oh, Lee says, things, huh? Tammy says, I wonder why there was what? I know, it's a pretty snowflake. Now you need to go get your cake before Poppy gets it. And if Poppy gets it, you're in trouble, Birdsong. I wonder why there was only DNA on the snap and nowhere else. He had to have gloves on when he took it out of the sheath, but not when he unsnapped the sheath. I don't know. I have no idea. No idea.
Here's my theory about that. If
Mary
I can
Lou
give it in.
says, hi, Jolie. Oh, this child.
My theory about how the DNA is it's back to the common sense thing. Maybe the DNA was left when he was putting the knife in the sheath and then possibly wearing gloves because, they found him with the nylon gloves on when they got him, was wearing those while the attack happened.
Could be.
Just
like it happened before. Yeah.
I'm sorry, JB. Can you repeat that?
Oh, I said my thought on with the knife sheath and only having DNA on the snap is what if when he put the knife in the sheath, that's when the DNA was left. But yet when he was at the scene, he had gloves on because, he was wearing nylon gloves at home when they got him.
Okay, I see what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was originally there, he had his finger on the snap before he ever even went to the house.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you look at the snap, you could touch it beforehand,
Yeah.
and that would leave trace touch DNA. So,
Well, and I saw someone had said that if it was a new one, that those snaps are pretty hard to like get unsnapped the first few times
mm-hmm.
you use it,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And it could have been a thing where he was like not able to get it with the
Right.
gloves on, or I don't know.
That's true too.
Steph said he probably cleaned it prior to the attack, but missed a microscopic part. Could have been simply splatter. Because I think it was under the snap. I never said it was the sheath was old looking or any other DNA on it. I don't know. I don't think so. I think the only DNA they got from it was his. I don't think it was planned to pull him over because it wouldn't have been state pulling him over. It would have been undercover posing as a cop, possibly. But these were duty officers. Duty officers wouldn't have been privy to any of the info at that point. Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's highly suspicious that two Indiana. Well, were they both state police officers that pulled him over?
I thought so.
Maybe it was.
One was a state and the other one was a sheriff, I believe.
Okay. I don't remember. I just think it was weird that two pulled him over back to back, and one of them pulled him over for something random, like driving too close to the person in front of him or something, like tailgating him
Yeah.
or something,
Tailgating. Mm-hmm.
QB said, and if he did drop it, he would have thought to clean it, thinking he was going to take it with him. I just mean they were tracking him on that trip by air. That was weird. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. I love this picture of them. That is so
Mm-hmm.
pretty.
It's pretty.
Yes. That's Maddie on the left and Kaylee on the right. Unsealed court documents show the painstaking work done by officers who matched the DNA found on the sheath to Koberger by comparing it to his father's DNA, which was a 99.9998% match. The white Hyundai Elantra is one of the things that helped cops track down the alleged killer, as well as obtaining his phone records. He yesterday appeared in court charged with the 4 murders as well as a felony burglary after being extradited to Idaho. Koberger previously insisted that he would be exonerated to his lawyer in Pennsylvania. The first thing he said when he was arrested was, anybody else arrested for it? That's one reason why I've always wondered if he didn't do it alone.
See, I thought the same thing.
Yeah, that is strange.
The criminal justice graduate only spoke to confirm his name and that he had representation during a hearing. These two girls were best friends. They grew up together. I think they were best friends since elementary or middle school or something.
Right. Since they were little, I said.
Cha-cha-cha. There he is smiling at his lawyer. I think that was literally when he first sat down and met her for the first time.
I think that was at his arraignment.
Yeah.
when they initially gave him the charges that he was charged for.
Yeah. And that was whenever the judge was in front of Judge or the other judge, the female judge?
The female judge.
Okay, because the second time, whenever Judge John's judge, the JJJ,
Mhm.
when he was in front of him, that judge, like, botched half of the kids' names up, if not all of them. Like, he said their names so wrong, and I know he felt awful for it, but good grief. Kaylee's parents have now publicly said that they back the death penalty in the case as they feel it's the only way to get justice. Is there any more chat in here about? Oh, it looks like that's it. But
Mm.
that shows a really good detail of the knife,
Mhm.
and the knife sheath. Ugh. Look at that big crooked nose. Looks like it needs to be broke.
Look how
Or it
bushy
looks
his
like
eyebrows are.
it looks like it's been broken. I don't know if it ever has, but it kind of looks like it. But yeah.
Mhm.
Well. Well, thanks for sharing that, JB. That was a good little visual.
Yes. That's kind of, I had that put back in the archives.
In archives.
Yes.
Tammy says that makes sense, but why didn't the sheath have fingerprints? I think he laid it down after he took the knife out and just forgot it. Yeah, I think he just in the heat of the moment, pulled
Yeah.
it out of there. And two, you have to think, I'm just kind of wondering if he didn't have that like on a belt. Well, now I kind of want to go back and look. Did it have a way to attach it to a belt or no?
Let me go back.
I don't know if it did or not.
There's like two parts to the back of the knife sheath, up where the snap is at. Like a belt could go through it.
Lee says yes.
Okay, let's go back and let me go back and look real quick. Hold on.
Wing Baby says that Jennifer Crumbly is testifying.
Oh.
Oh.
When is she doing it? Like right now?
I don't know. She has said, "Hey, you all, Jennifer Crumbly is testifying," but I don't know.
It says just started.
So they don't show the back of it, do they? No.
No, but if you look on that picture, you see up there where the snap is at. If you look, that it looks like it's a loop on the back side.
Right here.
On what would the no behind that.
Oh, here.
Yes.
Okay, I see what you mean. Like you could stick your finger through.
Or you would stick your belt
or a
through.
belt through it. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I might be wrong. I might be right. Lee, look. Lee, did Lee know?
Lee said yes.
Okay.
Well, the point that I was trying to make, I mean, it wouldn't make sense then if that's how it would be, because I was kind of thinking that there might have been like another loop like this for it to go onto your belt, like a snap-on,
Yeah.
But then
I don't think he would have had it on his belt. Because
not this way, because then he wouldn't have left it. Because what I was thinking was if it was something that attaches just by like, if he yanked that knife out real quick.
Right. I know what you're saying.
Could have like come unattached from his belt and he left it and didn't even realize he left it.
Right.
Because it came off of his belt. But that don't make sense with this. Yeah, because he would have had took his belt off to have accidentally left it,
Right.
And that wouldn't have made sense. So,
That's why I don't think he was familiar with it. I think he might have
yeah.
had it, but he's not familiar as in on a daily use of it or a common use for it.
Mm. Let's see. Tammy says, so I'm confused. If the girls were killed first, then the other two were coming out of the room when they got killed, or or did he get killed, the two on the second floor, then went up and killed the girls? I think he did it the opposite way. I think he killed the first two upstairs and then came downstairs and killed Ethan and Xana. That's my opinion, what I think. Tammy says also, but why did he go into the other two rooms? What other two rooms? What other two rooms, Tammy? Um, Thanks, Ween Baby, for the heads up. I'll have to check that out later on. Okay, now I'm going to come back over here and share this again. Stated she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. DM stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. Dylan then said she heard a male voice saying something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1112, a residence immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road, picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times, starting at 4:17 a.m. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernodle's bedroom. Okay, hold on a minute. I've got Lee and QB sending pictures. Hold on, let me check. Yeah, I can see the loop. It just doesn't make sense unless that loop in the back has a snap also. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but you can't
Um,
tell. Does it show in the picture he sent?
no, it doesn't show a loop on the back.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, okay, here's a picture that QB sent. Let me open that one up for you guys. Hold on. I gotta open my Instagram back up.
Lee said, no, it's a fold over.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, or that's what I'm seeing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is going to take me to Amazon. Oh, wow, daggone. These knives ain't cheap. This one's like $98.
Mm-hmm.
Sheesh. Okay, hold on. Let me share this tab. Okay. So, you guys can see that.
Mm-hmm.
Lee says, no, it's a fold over, so there's no snap for it. It was made as a stitched loop. Okay.
Yep.
You can see here. Yeah. And what I kind of thought would have made sense. So that tells me he, exactly the opposite of what I had envisioned. So I'm kind of wondering, like, I know when they said he had black clothes on, and I know Tammy had mentioned the black Dickies,
Mm-hmm.
but were those ever found? Or was there ever proof that he bought those, or
I
did they
believe
ever
they
find that?
found some article of clothing in his car.
That had a Dickies label on it?
Hmm.
I'm just thinking in my head, would he have walked in there with this knife in his hand automatically? Or would he have walked in there with nothing in his hands and then hit that snap when that's what I was going for, was if he's got this looped on his belt, like somebody that, a militia type thing, like a ninja, and he
Mm-hmm.
comes in there with this knife on his belt and then goes to yank that knife out and the whole thing comes off of his belt, which that's not what's going to happen, because this you would have to shimmy onto your belt
Right.
before you put your belt on.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So
So,
he wouldn't have had it on there. He had to have
Mm-mm.
carried it in somehow.
yeah, I'm just
I
wondering
mean,
what those.
whether, I don't guess he had a bag or anything with him, but
Well, somebody did mention, I think it was Steph or somebody mentioned something like a kill bag,
right.
but I can't imagine him flumping around through there doing everything he's going to do and hauling a big old, a bag around
Yeah.
with him.
Yeah, you wouldn't think, unless he had a bag in the car or something,
Hmm.
with clothes or whatever.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So it's 4:17 a.m. though, is when that security camera located across the road, or next door, pretty much,
Right.
picks up the distorted audio of what sounds like voices or a whimper followed by a loud thud. The dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17. So you hear all of that at once.
Right.
4:17 a.m. Let me write that down because it's 4:12 a.m. is when you hear Xana, or you find out Xana was last on TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
Cam picks up thud, whimpers, and dog barks. DM stated, hold on, are you guys seeing what nope, you're not seeing what I'm
No.
seeing. Hold on, let me reshare. Oh, Tammy's talking about Ethan in his girlfriend's room. But why did he go into the other two rooms? Um, I don't know, Tammy. I mean, I don't know that I don't know for sure that he did go into their rooms. I don't know that the altercation with Ethan and Xana didn't happen like
In the
right
hallway.
outside of their bedroom or between the bathroom and the bedroom. I mean, it could have been in the bedroom. Um, or it could have been that one was inside and one was outside.
Right.
I don't know. Patricia says the clothes were not found, but they found a receipt from the Walmart having purchased the Dickies items, I think.
Hmm.
Okay. That's why I said it seemed planted. No way for it to accidentally fall off unless he had it tucked in his waistband and not on the belt. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking too. I think he had it
Taker
in his
people
hand
think
or a
he had it
pocket.
in his waistband, and he
Yeah,
pulled, and it all came out. He didn't realize it. I guess.
Mm-hmm.
right.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. I'm going for the. Where is it? Where is it? I think this is it. Yep. Share this. Okay. Says here DM stated she had opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So she stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. DM did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. The combination of DM's statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from Bethany and DM's phones, and video of a suspect video. And video of a suspect video.
What's that
As
mean?
described below, leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 and 4:25 a.m. What does this mean? In a video of a suspect video.
I don't know. I don't know what they're
Combination of
trying to
Dylan's
say.
statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from Bethany and Dylan's phones, and video of a suspect video.
It could be like a neighbor, like the Laura Lane video where it's security footage, but it may not necessarily be the Laura Lane footage. It may be a different part or a different kind of footage from a
Steph
different
said it's
location.
probably a typo. She said video of suspect vehicle. Maybe they were trying to say.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And video of suspect's vehicle. We'll go with that. As described below, leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 and 4:25 a.m. All right. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the Idaho State
Idaho.
Police forensic team by first using a presumptive blood test and then amino black, a protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of a Vans type shoe sole just outside the door of DM's bedroom located on second floor. This is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. So I want to I really want to break down these last couple of paragraphs.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm going to go back up here for a minute. 4:17 a.m. a security camera located the audio Loud thud. See, now, did you guys remember back months and months and months ago when there was that supposed audio that came out? You could actually hear like a male voice screaming, and there were a lot of people saying things like it sounds like he's screaming the name Xana, or it sounds like you can hear him say, "Don't stop," or something like that. And then you hear a dog barking and
Yeah.
just
Mhm.
random noises. Well, see, they came out and said that that was potentially a fake video.
Hmm.
Now, I don't know if it was or not, or if the police were saying that it was fake just to keep people from spreading it all over the place. I
Right.
don't know what's true. I mean, they say that they have audio from a neighboring camera
Right.
that you hear a thud and a dog barking and this and that and the other. So, I mean, there's obvious. Are they talking about that, or are they talking about like the Linda Lane footage? The Linda Lane footage, I would think, would be too far away to hear any kind of thud from inside a
Yeah.
house.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's clear around and behind.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Um, says it picked up. Well, I mean, it says it's right there. That this one here is at 1122 King Road. That is the address. That's like, if you're looking at the girls' house from the street, this house, the 1112 address here, where the um, distorted audio comes from, is literally like 50 feet to the right
Right.
of their house. A dog can be heard barking numerous times. Security cameras less than 50 feet from the west wall. And then here, DM states she opens her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw the figure clad in black and a mask that covered his mouth and nose walking towards her. So you figure walking towards her, she's in this bedroom, right? Right
Mhm.
here. She's here in this bedroom. Bedroom 3.
Right.
And is Steph going to bed? Steph's like, I'm done. I'm out.
She's got to take a nap. Bye, Steph.
Eyes are closing while I'm bagging drills. Good night, Steph. Sleep well. QB says, I don't necessarily think it was either, but investigations, you have to look at all possibilities. Um, Mickey, I don't know if they actually disproved it, or if, like I said, the police were just trying to squash people from
Yeah.
sharing it everywhere.
Which could be either way. That
Mhm.
somebody faked it or the police are trying to stop it.
Oh, okay, gotcha, Tammy. Yeah. How would they have his DNA to plant? It's not hard to get DNA if you're not doing it by legal means. If he spit on the ground, they could grab it. Again, I realize it's way out of the box, but it's plausible. Okay. Yeah, night, Steph. Have a good night.
You mean after?
Yeah. Well, I mean, for her, it could potentially be night. I don't know. Sometimes when I take naps, they're ginormous naps, you know? You just never
Yeah.
know.
It'd be like me and
But
just be knocked out all day.
ugh. Sometimes they'll come home from work sometimes and I'll be like, all right, babe, I'm going to go lay down for a little bit and take a little nap. And then I wake up and it's like dark and
Yeah.
everything's
I
like
hate that. I hate
dark
that.
outside. And I like have no idea what time it is. And it's like I've
You're like,
slept.
did I miss the bus?
Right. Exactly. I know it. Ugh. Okay. Let me see here. So I'm the different options, right, would be if he's coming down through here and he
Mm-hmm.
walks past her. That means he would have killed them, the girls upstairs, and then walked down the stairs and past her.
Right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then gone out the door.
Mm-hmm.
Because it wouldn't have been the case that he would have came down the stairs and then walked past her and she saw him, because at that point he hasn't done anything to these people yet over here,
Right.
if you're looking at it from that way. So if she opens this bedroom door and she's standing right here looking out, what I feel like the police are trying to say is that the girls are already dead upstairs at the point where he comes back out, and then he's right here. That's when he says he walks right past her and she sees him, and he just walks right out the kitchen and out the sliding doors.
Right.
Patricia says, I physically cannot nap. But Morgana, do you feel like it happened a different way?
No, I was just looking, as you were telling that. It's probably like you're saying.
You think so? What are all these arrows? What are these like red arrows pointing? What are they?
Not 100%. I just was looking for a floor plan, and that was like the clearest, closest one on Reddit.
Okay.
I hadn't gone through and actually read the Reddit article.
Yeah. Well, they're each numbered, so I just kind of wondered, what the.
Yeah.
But so it says she stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in the black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with the bushy eyebrows. He walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. Now, it don't say that she walked outside of her door. It just
Right.
says she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw this dude. So I'm just imagining that she's standing like a few steps in her bedroom with as she opens the door up,
Right.
and then sees him. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. DM did not state that she recognized him. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. The combination of statements, okay, I'm not going to read that part, but except for the part where it says investigators lead to believe the homicides occurred between 4 and 4:25.
Right.
During the processing of the crime scene, Kel, honey, I can't wait either. I cannot wait either.
Now,
Tammy's walking on the
yesterday,
treadmill.
Jenny, on that video of the car, when he did that 3-point turn or whatever, was that around 4:07?
I think so.
And he thought he did that 3-point turn and then went directly there to the house, right? On that time?
I think so.
So then it would have had to have been after 4 if it was him. If that vehicle was him and that's the one that did it, then it would have had to have been like probably 4:10 before he got in there. or so, right?
I think so. Um, what time again did it say? Let me go back again. What time did it say that? So Xana was on TikTok at 4:12.
Mm-hmm.
4 is when she heard the dog. What did it say? What time
What
the
about the door?
DoorDash
That was 4.
Yeah. Okay.
on the dot?
Yeah.
Approximately.
It said, yeah, because the law enforcement identified the DoorDash driver who reported this information. It just, well, it says exception of Kernodle who received a DoorDash order at the resident at approximately 4 a.m.
Okay. Um. So if that 3-point turn happened at 4:07, Xana's still on her phone on TikTok at 4:12.
Mm-hmm.
Because he would have had to got parked and got in, got out of the car, got in the house
Mm-hmm.
too.
4:17 is when you can hear things
On the
from the
security.
camera.
Mm-hmm.
All right. All right.
Need to check that time though later. When the car turned around, or
Yeah.
made the 3-point turn or whatever.
Yeah.
But I thought it was 407.
It could have been. Let me make myself a note. Check gray hue video. 4 3-point turn time.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Investigators to believe the murder left the scene. Okay.
Oh, I got your time.
Oh, okay.
4:04 a.m. video shows Alancha returning to the area for a 4th time, at one point doing a 3-point turn.
4:04 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
But that's when it returned to the area. But because it says at one time doing that.
Yeah.
Because they go around how many times?
4
A
times.
few.
Yeah. Was that at the end?
Yeah.
At 4:04?
That would have been the last one. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
4:04. So if they drop the DoorDash off at 4, he sees that would make sense. 4:04 would, because
Yeah.
they remember he says that the way he was acting, he kind of like sped quick.
Mm-hmm. Like he saw that person leaving, or the
And see,
DoorDash.
that's another thing that makes me know that dude, that Brian knew that was a DoorDash, because if it would have been or I mean, it could have been that he drove by the house again and the DoorDash driver is sitting there and he see when they have DoorDashes, how do those DoorDash people on their cars have something on their car that says
Sometimes, but also too, sometimes they have like a thermal bag that they keep your food in.
Right.
So a lot of times they'll carry those thermal bags up to that resident and pull the food out then.
okay. Well, because I know that the DoorDash driver, their instructions were to go to the back of the house, not the front door.
Mm-hmm. So that sliding glass door.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, if he drove by and saw the DoorDash driver carrying that bag up that little walk hill
Mm-hmm.
up to that second level where the back slider door was at,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
then he could have like gone up to that did that quick 3-point turn and then flew back, you know. But either way, you're thinking 4 o'clock DoorDash drop off. 4:04, he's doing this big plop, 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 plop turn, goes back and parks. Um, at 4:12, Xana's on TikTok, so that would be, I don't know how long you think it would take for him to do that 3-point turn at 4:04 and get back to where he was at to get parked.
I don't think it would be very long. I sent you a link for a Google view
Oh Lord,
of the. She's like,
Yeah.
okay.
Not another map time.
No, 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 no. I don't mind to do that. Ooh, I know, Joanna. I saw that. I saw that. She was on somebody. It was Ween Baby. I think came in here a while ago and said that Jennifer Crumbly was testifying right now. I'm gonna have to watch that on the replay. Mm. Um, she's on CNN too. The camera coverage is incredible. Mm. So we have. I'm just gonna say like 410, right? I'm thinking I can't remember exactly how long, but the cops gave, and it may be in here, I don't know. The cops gave a very short window that the murders they feel like happened at this time.
Right.
And it started at this time and ended at this time. And it was like a very like 10, 12-minute time span, if even, give or take,
Mm-hmm.
that they felt like that the murders happened in that short amount of time.
Right.
Yeah,
Uh,
investigators believe the homicide occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m.
yeah. But they gave later on, I feel like even a shorter gap of time. Like when the first murder occurs,
Mm-hmm.
because it couldn't have happened at 4 a.m. if he's still parking his car at 4:04. Ain't even got his car parked at 4:04.
Right.
But let me go back over here. We see what view you guys are in. Okay. He must have wanted to pin it on the dasher, says Patricia, like we were talking about the other day. Very possible. Very possible. Okay, here we're going to move on to this part here. It says during the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team by first using a presumptive blood test and then amino black protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern. Okay, this was talking about the vans again. Outside the door of DM's bedroom, located on the second floor, just outside of DM's bedroom, consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. So it would have been right outside her bedroom. I don't understand though why that would have been the only, like, can we speculate about why that would have been the only latent print they found?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't get that either. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't understand that because the
Mm-mm.
amount of blood, you would think there'd be footprints everywhere.
Right.
And why just outside her door?
Yeah, I don't know.
And if you notice, they said they have to use a different chemical. It's not like they use luminol. They used one that detects with a certain protein in it.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's a different type of fluid that is obviously either on the floor or on the bottom of the shoe. I would suspect that it's on the floor, which leaves that imprint. But
Maybe.
it's not blood because they said it was using the certain chemical with the protein, detects a protein in it. Luminol, it'd be luminol. You know what I mean?
Right.
Right.
Hmm.
So what does that leave the what else could it be?
It could be any type of body fluid, urine, saliva, sweat.
I
Maybe in a college party house.
know what you're going for, but I know what you're going for, but okay. Did the Emmy give a time of death? Um, I don't remember if she did or not, or if she did,
If it's been
um,
released, has it been released?
I don't think it's
maybe
been
not.
released.
I don't remember. Maybe she did, but I'm not positive.
Yeah, I don't know.
Tammy says, "Do you think the DoorDash surprised him and messed up his plan? Maybe that's why he was circling, waiting for the DoorDash guy to leave." I mean, either he messed up his plan and he had to make another lap, or he knew the DoorDasher was going to be there and was waiting on the DoorDasher to come and then leave. And that's why he was like, okay, the DoorDashers came and left. Now I'm going to zoom over there and get this done. Um, I don't know which.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know which. I don't think it's highly unlikely that he couldn't have known that that DoorDasher was going to be there. If he had, um, I don't know, like hacked information, I mean, if he's able to get it, like if he's able to connect to their Wi-Fi
Right.
automatically, then it's untelling what he could have had access to. Because they tell you that all the time. If somebody has access to your Wi-Fi, they can do things with that.
Yeah.
I mean, smart people, techie people can do that kind of thing. I don't know, but
Wouldn't be surprising.
yeah. You two, I'm gonna leave you for 2 seconds while I check on the children real quick.
All right.
Are you gonna be are you gonna be okay?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll survive.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh,
Let's
goodness.
see here. I'm trying to look up a chat.
She's already been through that, I think.
QB, I'm looking at time and death now to see if they've actually released a time of death on them. But I don't think the reports have been released.
Yeah, I hadn't heard that, but that doesn't mean anything. I could have just missed
Right.
it. Tammy said maybe put booties on and just one came off.
That's a possibility. Because that's what I've been hearing too. Another theory out there is that, well, what if he was wearing a tie-back suit? Or
Yeah.
wearing booties? Or whatever it may be,
Right.
But
Could be. Because I just don't know how you get in your vehicle after that and not have evidence in there.
mm-hmm.
That's what we were saying
Well, see
yesterday.
too, that's another thing. Also, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I don't know what all y'all went over yesterday, but because of him studying for that master's in criminology, he would have access to luminol, black light, what all would detect anything like that. And with the time frame that went by, he could have time to clean up,
Yeah. That's
And I still think that, the K-bar, the nice sheath, that is just something that he didn't realize it was gone until it was gone. And then he, tried to go back and, oh crap, now I can't get it. And
right. Now I'm going to be in deep doo-doo.
mm-hmm.
All right, you guys let Mickey do all kinds of shenanigans while I was gone. I'm telling you.
She's all right.
So I heard what you were saying about all the time he had left to clean up. He had quite a bit of time before he was actually arrested to get things.
Right. Yeah, that's what JB was talking about.
Yeah.
And he had access to everything that would be able to detect it or how to get rid of it or anything.
Right. To check it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back.
Okie doke. I don't know. There's just a bajillion different. I mean, there's so much detail in this case that you could literally talk about it 24/7 for a week and a month and still not.
Yeah.
Still
That's why I'm hoping that the motion that the defense has put in to unseal the documents actually gets approved.
Yeah.
Because I have that. I've got that motion saved, even.
Right.
The request to unseal the documents, which I hope they do, because then that would release so much right there.
So much stuff, right?
That would be a document frenzy right there.
Golly. Let me see where you are. Okay. Have they said that there was an order from the girls? Seems strange that he would keep circling and not just park. Circling draws more attention. I know, right?
Yeah, completely agree.
The DoorDash, apparently the order was for Xana. But they've subpoenaed DoorDash too to get all that information. And they talked to the DoorDash driver and all that. So,
Well, the DoorDash driver actually reported it to police. It's stated in here in the affidavit that the DoorDash is the one that reported, hey, I made a delivery at about this time.
God, could you imagine how scared that person is? Or would have been knowing that, oh my God, I could have been murdered too.
Right.
So, let's see. As we're going to continue on here, as part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as a video canvass, was conducted in the area of the King Road residence. This video canvass was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13th in the area of the King Road residence and surrounding neighborhoods in an effort to locate the suspect or suspect's vehicle traveling to or leaving from the King Road residence. This video canvass resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. I have reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with other MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing footage that was obtained. A review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 a.m. and westbound on Steiner Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28 a.m. On this video, it appeared suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate.
Yep.
A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20 a.m. These sightings show suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes by the 1122 King Road residence and then leaves via Walenta Drive. Based off of my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame. Suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area a fourth time, approximately 4:04 a.m. It can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road, number 52, and then driving back westbound on King Road. So this little, driving around and around and around that we're getting ready to go over is what was shown yesterday on that video that we watched together. Let's see. And then driving back westbound on King Road, when suspect vehicle 1 is in front of the King Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. The vehicle then continued to the intersection of Queen Road and King Road, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen Road. So, okay, I'm going to pull up this.
My little mappy map.
Yes. Sherry says the documents may be thick as a book. Oh, Lord, you know they will be.
Oh, yeah.
QB says, I was thinking Tyvek since he had no blood on him. Okay, let me go to the private chat. Let me see what this is that QB sent. Okay, that was the K-bar knife. Okay. Google View. Google A. Okay. So I'm going to share this, but then I'm going to have to
Flip-flop.
Yeah, but hold on. I need to, hold on a second. How do I? Let me get rid of some stuff on here. Hold on a minute. Okay. Hold on, guys. I'm just getting rid of some stuff on here that don't need to be on here. Okay. Okay. Now I think I can share it. Share this tab. All right. So let me go back up to the comments. All right. So we have this here is let me see if I can.
Yeah, you can zoom in.
Zoom in a little bit more. Where's King Road?
Okay. So you see where you had your cursor with the white roof where it says Queen Road?
Here?
Yes, that's the
Okay.
apartment complex that is to the east of the actual house. The house sits on the corner right there. Where's this Queen Road? And then nope. Go down.
Oh,
Other way.
this?
Nope.
Mhm. Nope.
That's not the house. Keep going.
Where is the daggone house?
Okay, the big white roof that's long and candy corny.
Oh, here. Here it is.
Yes, that's the house.
Okay, there it is. Okay. I had to get myself adjusted.
Yes.
I was wondering because I was like, wait a minute, something's not right because those apartments are right
Yeah.
there. So,
Yeah. Yep.
okay.
Yep.
Okay. Now I know where I'm at. So, all right. So, King Road is this road here. And I don't
Mhm.
really understand. I'm going to, Jolie, stop, honey. I know this has been said a bajillion times. So, their address is 1122 King Road.
Yep.
And I don't understand why because they literally live on Queen Road.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? This is
Yeah.
King Road. So it doesn't make any sense why their address is King Road.
Mm-mm. It makes no sense.
Because you have to come through here. And this is where he made the 3-point turn, I think, is right around here. Isn't it?
It's either there or it's at that intersection that sits right at the corner of the house and those apartments. Because that's also Queen Road.
Okay.
Probably there. Because
That's the only thing. Mm-hmm. That's the only area that I know of that would be visible over towards that lower lane.
Mm-hmm.
Would be that intersection that's right there at the house and the apartments.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Okay. Well, it showed that he made like a
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that it said that the 3-point turn was either in front of their house or at the intersection of King and Queen. Well, this is the only King. So Queen comes up through here, but then it also you have through here and back here. Right?
Look where 500 Queen Road is, because that's where he stops and turns around at. He was seen driving down at approximately 4:04 a.m., seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road.
Well, that's those apartments, isn't it? Didn't that say 500 on the top of that apartment or 590?
It says 590. Mm-hmm. Hold on, I'm just gonna look. 590. What's this? It's not giving addresses for that. But this just says 590. And the further up this way you go, that's bigger numbers. See, like this is 712 King Road, so it would have been either in this or
It's not that building there because that's 1315 or something.
yeah, but that's Linda Lane.
It's somewhere right in there, those apartments.
It's the apartment, built somewhere in that apartment complex there.
Okay.
Because the video showed like a wooden railings or whatever.
That's behind those apartments.
Right. And then it looks more like an apartment parking area to me.
Mm-hmm. Right
Which
here.
there's a units behind the
Or
King.
here.
There's units behind 1122, and I think those are also Queen addresses, but I'm not there. Yeah, there's more apartments down up in that area.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, it looks like a little cul-de-sac kind of thing, but it's not.
Okay. Well, let me zoom out for a minute again. because I have to say, whenever I look at this, I have to like acquaint myself with it again because a
Mm-hmm.
lot of the aerial views, what I'm used to seeing more is the like street view. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I like this because it's good to show for the driving around portion, I guess.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Um, okay, hold on. Mary Lou said zoning board probably did it. Let's blame it on them. Um, okay. Let me go back here. Hold on, I'm going back to where it starts talking about the review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive at Moscow, 3:26 a.m. westbound on Steiner, 3:28. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings, starting at 3:29, ending at 4:20. Sightings show suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes by the 1122 King Road residence and then leave via Willenta Drive. So, drive by here, and then where is Willenta Drive? It's over here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then he heads out of town, but based off my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood. Okay. Vehicle can be seen entering the area a fourth time, approximately 4:04 a.m. Can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road, which would be over here. It says 502. Or no, number 52. Then driving back westbound on King Road. When suspect vehicle 1 is in front of the King Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. The vehicle then continued to the intersection of Queen Road and King Road, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen Road.
So it is the one you thought.
Yeah, it is. It is that initial one. Hmm.
Yeah, I remember them saying something about doing a 3-point turn here and then going back again. Hold on, let me go back to the where I was reading. 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen Road. Eastbound. So going back the way, you know. And then it says he's next seen departing the area of the King Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. Suspect vehicle is next observed traveling southbound on Willenta. Based on my knowledge of the area, okay, that's what he's talking about. So I'm not sure exactly what when he was like driving around, I don't know when it said that he made like 3 passes, 4 passes. I don't know exactly where he was making these passes through. I don't know exactly if he like making a pass by here, coming in and turning around here, and then back out again, around, and then. But the way that they showed on that one map that we watched yesterday, there was like a big, like, sort of like a not a circle, but like a big rectangular path that he took.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure exactly. I just know that when he parked right in here somewhere.
Hmm.
And then he went down this hill. You can see there's a like it, there. It's not his vehicle, obviously, but I mean, it looks like a vehicle right here.
Mm-hmm.
But it would have been in through here somewhere is where he would have parked.
Right.
And then he runs down this hill. Probably, I think this is like the patio area where that like
Hmm.
kitchen area is. He goes
Mm-hmm.
in there, does what he does, gets back out, runs back up the hill, gets back in his car, and then gets the heck out of Dodge. But um
Mickey Joe says allegedly went down the hill.
allegedly.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Yeah. You got a picture of your mommy, didn't you, baby? Jolie's tablet, she takes pictures all the time, cracks me up. Didn't one of the girls reject him? Tammy, I think that's been one of the
Theories.
yeah, one of the theories. I don't know if it's like 100% true or not, but possible. I mean, maybe even probable. Um,
I'm going to have to hop down soon.
okay.
I've got to get some things taken care of, but I'm going to be listening and be in chat.
Alrighty, honey. I probably plan on getting like through the next couple of pages and then call it a day because there's no way I'm gonna be able to get through all of this today. Or I
Hmm.
mean, in one video.
Right.
No, I mean I could if I just read it and didn't like stop and talk about it, but I don't want to. I want to talk about it. That's why I'm doing it. So
Right.
Hmm.
Right.
We're speculating and theorizing.
speculating and all the things,
Yes.
Okay. So, uh, okay, I see where Mickey said allegedly went down the hill. I'll see you, JB. Have a good rest of your day.
Bye,
She's
JB.
gone. She's gone, but I know she said she'd be in the chat for a little bit. So, but I
Yeah.
hope you have a good rest of your day. Jolie has took every single cover minder off this board behind me now.
She's having fun.
God. QB says sometimes. Oh, wait. Also, I'm pretty sure I'm behind, says QB. I went to click this comment and then it jumped.
Yeah.
Sometimes those side streets weren't there when the house was built. That's why they have the main street ad. Oh, okay. Okay.
That could be true.
That's a good thought. That's a good thought.
Yeah, because it doesn't make sense otherwise.
Mm-mm. No, and I think that house has been there for quite a while. I'm thinking that I heard something like, and here's another little nugget that I don't know if it's true or not,
Mm-hmm.
but like the theorists, the conspiracy theorists out there,
Right.
even say that there's like tunnels that run through that town
Really.
and that, there are certain entry points into the tunnels, and one of them happens to be at 1122 King Road.
Huh. I
I
hadn't
don't know if
heard that.
that's true or not, but it's something to do with like where the water meter things are or something. I don't know. Anyway.
Well, that's wild.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's just stuff that I've seen and watched on YouTube and stuff. But suspect vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of the King Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. It's next observed traveling southbound on Walenta Drive based on my knowledge of the area. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Based on my knowledge of the area and review of camera footage in the neighborhood that does not show suspect vehicle 1 during that time frame, I believe that suspect vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive and Conestoga Drive. Palouse River Drive is at the southern edge of Moscow and proceeds into Whitman County, Washington. Eventually, the road that leads to Pullman, Washington is approximately 10 miles from Moscow, Idaho. Both Pullman and Moscow are small college towns, and people commonly travel back and forth between them. Law enforcement officers provided video footage of suspect vehicle 1 to forensic examiners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation that regularly utilize surveillance footage to identify the year, make, and model of an unknown vehicle that is observed by one or more cameras during the commission of a criminal offense. The forensic examiner has approximately 35 years law enforcement experience with 12 years at the FBI. His specific training includes identifying unique characteristics of vehicles, and he uses a database that gives visual clues of vehicles across states to identify differences between vehicles. After reviewing numerous observations of suspect vehicle 1, the forensic examiner initially believed that suspect vehicle 1 was a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. Upon further review, he indicated it could also be a 2011 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. As a result, investigators have been reviewing information on persons and possessions of vehicle that is a 2011 to 2016 white Hyundai Elantra, and his turned out to be a 2015.
Right.
Okay. Investigators were given access to video footage on Washington State University campus located in Pullman, Washington. A review of that video indicated that what? I see it. Yeah, I clicked it. There you go. Okay. Well, then what do you want? We'll do it. That one? There you go. Mm-hmm. This child. Hold on a minute.
Okay.
Hey, JC.
Hey, JC.
Hi. Mary Lou says city drains and water pipes are in like crawl tunnels. See, that's kind of what I was thinking, wondering. But I think that I read something about there was a reason why they had those tunnels, but it was more like I don't remember. I don't remember what.
I don't know what else they'd be used for.
Oh, JC, I'm sorry you're not getting your notifications. Maybe like unsubscribe and then resubscribe and click the all notification bell again. That might help. I don't know. I don't know what would help make it work right. YouTube, start acting right.
Do right.
Do right. Act right. Act like you got some sense.
Be right.
Be right. Let me go see real quick. Let me check something out real quick. I'm going to Google. I want to do a little Google.
Not the Google.
University of Idaho says Chinese tunnels? What? Many communities where large number of Chinese people once lived are today rumored to have so-called Chinese tunnels under downtown buildings and streets. This myth continues to be perpetuated despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary.
Oh, so that sounds like it's not true.
Mm. Jolie, honey, that is not going to stay up there. She's hey, God, my kid.
What's she doing?
She's thinks that her tablet is magnetic and it's going to stick to the board like these other magnets are doing, but that's not how that works, baby.
Yeah. Let me try that.
The history of this underground city of tunnels in Idaho. I thought that it had what I had read at one time had something to do with like some kind of like if places got flooded.
Yeah.
And I don't know if Idaho is one of the like if that's in a flood zone. Oh, here, wait. It says the tunnels were intended to be the answer to the flooding concerns caused by the building of some kind of dam in 1905.
Huh. Well, that could be.
They also discovered that southern Idaho's basalt rock isn't as porous as other types of rock, causing poor drainage and exacerbating flooding situations. While the dry, I'm gonna have to throw her out on her ear and get her a TV turned on or something. But anyway, yeah. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's true, but that's just something that's been heard and potentially maybe true. I don't know.
I mean, I could see it for that reason, having that, for flooding purposes.
Yeah. Okay.
QB went in, by the way.
Good luck, QB. Good luck, QB. Good luck, QB.
Yeah, good luck.
Tammy says, I have to go through YouTube, look for the channel, and click on that bell to be notified. It's a reminder bell. Yep. It's usually right there beside the subscribe button. Usually what you do is you just, like, I automatically check my notification bell button. She said, yes, Tammy, my bell is on. YouTube needs to ring my darn bell.
Oh, isn't it?
Hey, the Google thing is my job, right, JB? Okay. So, back to it. Let me get back where we were.
You should just start calling her the Googler.
The Googler.
Sounds like a Batman villain.
Oh, it does, right?
Yeah.
The Googler. Okay, let me see. Investigators were given access to video footage of the Washington State University campus located in Pullman. A review of that video indicated that at approximately 2:44 a.m. on November 13th, a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of that white Elantra known as Suspect Vehicle 1, was observed on WSU surveillance cameras traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street at Northeast Stadium Way. At approximately 2:53 a.m., a white sedan, which is consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as Suspect Vehicle 1, was observed traveling southeast on Nevada Street in Pullman, Washington, towards State Road 270. 270 connects Pullman, Washington to Moscow, Idaho. This camera footage from Pullman, Washington was provided to the same FBI forensic examiner. The forensic examiner identified the vehicle observed in Pullman, Washington as being a 2014 to 2016. Hyundai Elantra.
Right.
Oh. Good luck and blessings, QB. I don't know for what. Oh. Oh, ho, ho. Oh, this child.
Breathe,
You
Jenny,
think you're
breathe.
cute, but you're not. Not always so super cute. You're super cute, but sometimes not so much. Yeah.
Just breathe and count to 10.
JB says, hey, no villain here. I'm on the good side. There we go. Yeah.
We know.
Good luck and blessings, QB. I don't know for what because I'm behind, but good luck anyways, says JC. She's going in for a I think like a steroid injection or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
She sounds cute. You want her, JC? You want to come get her?
Take her for a while.
Okay.
You'll miss it. You'll miss it someday, though, Jenny.
I know I will. I know I will. Okay. Here we go. At approximately 5:23 a.m. So this is, you know,
5:25.
How many hours later?
They said that they thought it was done by 4:25. When did he leave? What was the time on that from the house? On the
I think it said 4:25-ish.
So that's been an hour about.
Well, here it says that approximately 2:53 he's seen leaving the area, right? And then he doesn't return back to the area until 5:25. So they're basically just giving you these pinpoint times and saying, you know, he's got about an hour to have gotten back home in. But see, there was like a big long I think that somebody said that he took like the long way home. Because he gets to an area where it's like nothing but like woods or something, and they think that that's where he dumped the knife.
Oh, I see.
But here it says at approximately 5:25 a.m., a white sedan, which was consistent with the description, was observed on 5 cameras in Pullman, Washington, and on WSU campus cameras. The first camera that recorded the white sedan was located at 1300 Johnson Road in Pullman. The white sedan was observed traveling northbound on Johnson Road, which leads directly back to West Palouse River Drive in Moscow, which intersects with Conestoga Drive. Was then observed turning north on Bishop Boulevard and northwest on State Road 270. At approximately 5:27 a.m., the white Elantra was observed on camera traveling northbound on Stadium Way at Nevada Street, Stadium Way at Grimes Way, Stadium Drive at Wilson Road, and Stadium Way at Cougar Way. Good Lord have mercy. Depictions showing Moscow and Pullman. Yeah, I can't make heads or tails of that. That looks just like a big
blob.
Pretty much a big nothing burger to me.
Right.
Depiction showing white Elantra's path of travel, not to scale. Not to scale. Really? You have to tell me that? But here, this is kind of cool here. So this has, hold on, let me zoom it in a little bit. So this legend. So we have white Elantra seen leaving WSU campus.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to zoom that back out because I can't get it all to go in one. So this says 1630 Northeast Valley Road. Arrows are camera locations and indicate vehicle direction of travel. This is Washington State University, and Pullman is over here.
Mm-hmm.
White Elantra seen returning to WSU campus is all the red arrows. And then the
Right.
yellow arrows are the leaving.
Mm-hmm. Hmm.
I'm not really seeing the yellow arrows.
This says the arrows are the camera locations and indicate vehicle direction of travel. So that's where cameras are, I guess, the arrows.
Yeah.
I have a hard time seeing it. It's,
I see the red ones, but I don't see the yellow.
I see some yellow, I think.
Hi, Jolie. Come on, let's go. Hold on, I'm going to mute myself for
Okay.
just a second. Sorry, Morgana.
Hi, everybody. Lee, you've been awfully quiet. What are you up to?
I'm back. See, that didn't take long.
No. I was trying to find out why Lee's been so quiet. Figure he's up to something.
Oh, he's always up to something, even if he's quiet. Especially when he's quiet.
Mm-hmm. That's when it gets scary.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wait. Tammy says, no, I'm not talking about the sub bell. If you go to YouTube and scroll through all the videos and look for specific channel you want, they have a notification reminder bell. Click on that bell. Huh. If you go to YouTube and scroll through all the videos and look for specific channel you want, I don't know. JC says, yes, definitely good luck, QB. She would come back very spoiled. I love them when they're babies. I don't like teenagers and beyond beyond too much. Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they can be.
As hateful as she can be. And so here's the thing. She's typically very good, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
She's usually a very good baby. But when she hasn't gotten her sleep out,
Mm-hmm.
and she gets up earlier than she wanted to,
mm-hmm. I'm kind of like that.
then she gets plumb hateful. Like,
Yeah.
hateful. And she's been like that for the last couple days, but see, she's been getting up earlier than she really wants to get up. So,
Right. I'm kind of like that too, so I understand.
Patricia, her comment says, I don't get why there's such drama about how BK got on the police's radar. Who cares if a WSU security guard saw his bushy eyebrows and white Hyundai Elantra and the investigation started from there?
I mean, it's
It gives you a date and time, which is your time. I know you can get notifications for when somebody goes live. Like if you are like, you can say like if somebody's going live at a certain time and you want to get a notification for that video, you can click notify me. I've done that before.
Yeah. Right.
If I'm like already subscribed to that channel, I get notifications anyway. So
Right.
he took the long way to get back to WA. Yeah.
Yeah. Come out of the shadows, Lee, okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of creepy.
He's a lurker.
That's really lurking.
Yeah, that's the lurking.
That's creepy.
That's not like working and lurking.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
Okay.
that's creeping. Just kidding, Lee.
Okay. Now let me minus and get back out of like 250% there.
Yeah.
On November 25th, MPD asked Kel's got the big eyeballs.
She's
I see
lurking.
you,
That's
Kel.
creeping too, Kel. Don't do it.
Mhm. You and Kel need to go sit in a corner somewhere and lurk together.
Yeah.
Or Lee, you and Lee. Um, okay. On November 25th, 2022, MPD asks area law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for a white Hyundai Elantra in the area. On November 29th, 2022, at approximately 12:28 a.m., Washington State University police officer Daniel Tiengo, I don't know how to say that, queried white Elantras registered at WSU. I remember hearing about this.
Mm-hmm.
This is where, pretty much it broke,
Right. Right.
As
He
a
was.
result of that query, he located a 2015 white Elantra with a Pennsylvania license plate, blah, blah, blah. This vehicle was registered to Brian Koberger, hereafter Koberger, or Nothing Burger, residing at 1630, blah, 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 Pullman, Washington. Is approximately 3/4 of a mile from the intersection of Stadium Way and Cougar Way, last camera location that picked up the white Elantra, mentioned a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
That same day at approximately 12:58 a.m., WSU officer Curtis Whitman was looking for white Hyundai Elantras and located a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra at 1630 whatever address in Pullman in the parking lot. This is an apartment complex that houses WSU students. Officer Whitman also ran the car and it returned to Koberger with the Washington tag. I reviewed Koberger's WA state driver's license information and photograph. This license indicates that Koberger is a white male with a height of 6 feet and weighs 185 pounds. Additionally, the photograph of Koberger shows that he has bushy eyebrows,
Mm-hmm.
which Dylan stated that she saw when he walked past her bedroom door.
Right.
Koberger's physical description is consistent with the description of the male Dylan saw inside the King Road residence on November 13th. Further investigation, including a review of Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Corporal Duke's body cam and reports, showed that on August 21st of 2022, Brian Koberger was detained as part of a traffic stop that occurred in Moscow, Idaho by Corporal Duke. Was that the woman that pulled him over?
I think there was a woman in Indiana that pulled him over. I don't know about this one.
Okay. At the time, Koberger, who was the sole occupant, was driving a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plate, which was set to expire on November 30th, 2022. During the
Mm-hmm.
stop, which was recorded via a law enforcement body camera, Koberger provided his phone number as blah, 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 8458. Hereafter, the 8458 phone. As his cellular telephone number. Investigators conducted electronic database queries and learned that the 8458 phone is a number issued by AT&T. On October 14th, 2022, Koberger was detained as part of a traffic stop by a WSU police officer. Upon review of that body cam and report of the stop, Koberger was the sole occupant and was driving a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plate.
This dude gets pulled over a lot. Have you noticed that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He got pulled over once for what the one I'm thinking of where the woman pulls him over. It had something to do with I can't remember, but he questions her. He's like, "Well, I don't know if I'm from Pennsylvania and that law isn't a law in Washington or something like that. I can't remember." And
Huh.
she's like, "Well, it's law here."
Right.
But he like questions her on the law in that video, in that body cam video that
Yeah.
I saw.
Yeah, I don't know. The only ones I've seen where he was pulled over were the two in Indiana. I think one of those was a woman police officer.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I know that they said he'd been pulled over numerous times, and that wasn't the only times he's ever been pulled over, was the Indiana one. So just like they're
Right.
showing here. So that might have been, like you said, out there in Washington.
Could have been. I'm getting a drink of coffee here. Hold on.
Yeah. JB said he was blocking the crosswalk.
Okay.
And
Okay.
he said Dukes is a woman. That
Okay.
officer there.
Dukes
Yeah.
is the woman. Okay. Hold on. Let me go back up and check.
Yeah, because Tammy sent you something. Screenshot
Okay.
of the screen image I'm referring to, she said.
Yeah,
That's
Steph
nice.
is sleeping, or she was a while ago.
Yeah.
Mary Lou says, but how would he know to check DoorDash? Well, I don't know, Mary Lou. I don't know unless I don't know. Unless he knew the DoorDash was gonna be there. I don't know. Tammy says, okay, I sent you a screenshot of the screen image I'm referring to. Okay, I'll take a look at it. Mickey says the woman that pulled him over was where he lived. I thought, she said.
I think there's more than one that were
Yeah.
women, I guess.
Yeah.
He probably didn't like that maybe so much.
The other, I believe, he turned when not allowed. I'm thinking the thing that I was thinking of was he turned when he wasn't allowed. I don't remember. Anyway, I'll have to find it and we'll watch that. But because yeah, it was like he kept like questioning her. I mean, he was nice, but also he just like kept questioning her, and he's like, but that's not the law. Where like he even like suggested that she tell him where he could find that in the whatever law book. It was really weird.
Yeah.
Let me see what Tammy sent. Hold on a second. Tammy. This is what I'm referring to. If I don't get notifications, I go in YouTube and find this screen and click this notify me. Yeah, Tammy, that's what I was talking about. If there's a video that you want to watch, if you click that notify me, it will send you a notification when the live is going live.
Right.
But if you're already subscribed though, or if she don't, I mean, if you don't know that I'm going to go live, then
They messed
you wouldn't know to look for that, or you wouldn't see it,
Right. Yeah, I
Um,
know what she's talking about too now that you
yeah.
away.
Yeah, it's like if you're scrolling and you see, so and so is going live in 25 minutes.
Yeah,
There's
then
a
you can
little notify me button that you
Mhm.
can click.
Right.
Okay. This one is what I'm looking at here. So,
Yeah.
says here, on November 18th, 2022, according to Washington State Licensing, Koberger registered the 2015 white Elantra with Washington and later received Washington plate. Prior to this time, the 2015 white Elantra was registered in Pennsylvania, which does not require a front license plate to be displayed. This was
Mhm.
learned through communication with a Pennsylvania officer who is currently certified in the state of Pennsylvania. Based on my own experience and communication with Washington law enforcement, I know that Idaho and Washington require front and back license plates to be
Mhm.
displayed.
Hmm.
Investigators believe that Koberger is still driving the 2015 white Elantra because his vehicle was captured on December 13th, 2022 by a license plate reader in Loma, Colorado. Information provided by a query to a database. Koberger's Elantra was then queried on December 15th, 2022 by law enforcement in Hancock County, Indiana. On December 16th at approximately 2:26 p.m., surveillance video showed Koberger's Elantra in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, which is where he's from, I think, and where his parents live, I think.
Yeah.
The sole occupant of the vehicle was a white male whose description was consistent with Koberger. Koberger has family in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, learned through a TLO search and locate tool database query. Based on information provided on the WSU website, Koberger is currently a PhD student in criminology at Washington State University, pursuant to records provided by a member of the interview panel for Pullman Police Department. We learned that Koberger's past education included undergraduate degrees in psychology and cloud-based forensics.
So what is cloud-based forensics? Do you know?
That means cloud-based technology.
Oh, okay. Like, I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which makes sense as to the whole theory of hacking and installing equipment. If you're looking at the theory of he partied there, he went there with the excuse to party, but maybe
Planted something or something.
potentially planted a little small device inside of a HVAC, because I don't know if you knew this, but there was an HVAC company called the day that the police went into that house.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there was an HVAC company that was called. Um, there was never any mention as to why they were called to be there.
Right.
But a lot of theories and ideas have been like maybe it was so that they could check vents for evidence or check air vents for certain things. I mean, you would think that law enforcement or investigators would be able to look and find things, but maybe they weren't comfortable with that. Maybe they wanted HVAC people to come and do that. I don't know why else HVAC would have been there. It's not like they would have been worried that the air conditioner had quit working or the heater had quit working really, why would they call HVAC to come in there and do
that's odd.
anything if that just don't make sense, but let me check on the comments. I believe he turned when not allowed. I think you can only click the notify me once the live is scheduled. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's true. Poppy, no. Go back in there with your little tiny human. Okay. Cloud-based forensic. Okay. These records also show Koberger wrote an essay when he applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department. This gets kind of hairy. There was a lot of different stories floating around about, these things. But it says these records also show Koberger wrote an essay when he applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department in the fall of 2022. Koberger wrote in his essay he had interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations.
Okay.
Koberger also posted a Reddit survey, which can be found by an open source internet search. The survey asked for participants to provide information to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision making when committing a crime. As part of this investigation, law enforcement obtained search warrants to determine cellular devices that utilize cellular towers in close proximity to the King Road residence on November 13th, 2022, between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. After determining that Koberger was associated to both the 2015 white Elantra and the 8458 phone, investigators reviewed these search warrant returns. A query of the 8458 phone in these returns did not show the 8458 phone utilizing cellular tower resources in close proximity to the King Road residence between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. Based on my training, experience, and conversations with law enforcement officers that specialize in the utilization of cellular telephone records as part of the investigations, individuals can either leave their cell phone at a different location before committing a crime or turn their cell phone off prior to going to a location to commit a crime. This is done by subjects in an effort to avoid alerting law enforcement that a cellular device associated with them was in a particular area where a crime is committed. I also know that on numerous occasions, subjects will surveil an area where they tend to commit a crime prior to the date of the crime. Okay, this is where we're getting ready to get into the umpteen and 2 million visits.
Yeah.
Depending on the circumstances, this could be done a few days before or for several months prior to the commission of a crime. During these types of surveillance, it's possible that an individual would not leave their cellular telephone at a separate location or turn it off since they do not plan to commit the offense on that particular day.
But you would think you'd be smart enough to know that they're going to check where you've been and over a period of time.
I know. But that kind of goes back to the thing where JB said earlier, you might have a lot of like book smart, but not a
Yeah.
lot of like common sense.
Right.
I don't know. Hold on a second. I got kiddo activity. I got kiddo alert, kiddo activity. Hold on a second.
Okay. Yeah, Tammy, that could be. Yeah, Mary Lou, she knew that. Somebody came in, trying to think who did, earlier and said that was going on. Jenny said she was going to check it out later.
I'm back.
Okay.
Little tiny human. Oh, Lord, Rightly. Go in there with your little I had to bring the dog in here. Tammy says, well, the guy that showed the route video, he did say that the way he parked, he could see inside the window. So he was close enough to see it was DoorDash, maybe. Potentially.
Mm-hmm.
The shooter's mom is testifying in her own defense. Yep. They said there was a Ween Baby came in and said something about it, and so did Joanna.
Yeah.
And I'll be checking that out later today.
See if we missed it.
Okay. Poppy, do not chew the the tiny human's shoe.
All those things.
All of them, all of the above. No, don't do that. Don't do that. She's over there trying to chew on Jolie's house shoe.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Poppy's like some fun.
I know, right? She's like, I mean, from the sounds of it, you would think that I don't let my dogs or my children do anything, right?
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Ugh. Hold on, I'm gonna get a swig of coffee.
Hmm.
Mm.
I've always had dogs until, the last two I had passed away. And I just hadn't gotten another one because I had to have some time in between.
Yeah, it's hard. I know. It's one of those things where, you either have to turn around and get one right away or
Yeah.
it takes a while sometimes.
Yeah.
And it took a little bit. I can't remember how long after our boxer, we had a boxer,
Mhm.
and when she passed away, it was maybe a year or two when we got Poppy.
Right.
But
See, the last two we had were Pomeranians, so I had them together. They were brothers. But the last one, he was in diapers. He was blind. So it was a lot of work. You know what I mean? It was
mhm.
having to take care of him in and out, carry him up and down the stairs, and it was rough for all
We
of them.
did that. We did that with our rat terrier Pepper. I mean,
Yeah.
she got to the point the last where she was blind. She's been blind for a few years, but then she had like stellar hearing. Like she could
Mhm.
hear a pin drop, right?
Yeah.
But then
Mhm.
that went, and then she just kind of got to where she was doing this, like she couldn't hear or see anymore,
Right.
and just to keep her safe,
Mhm.
we kept her in a like one of those octagon shaped, like
Kids
uh
kids, I know what you're talking about, I think.
yeah, yeah, kind of like that.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, because they can't see or hear, they're gonna run into everything.
right, and I was afraid, she would get hurt, and
Yeah.
she was constantly bumping into things, and was just, I'm like, okay, so we started keeping her in that like fenced in thing, and
Right.
then um I was having to lay down like pee pads,
Mhm.
and then that was a disaster. So then I started having to put a diaper on her,
Right.
and you know how that, obviously, you know how that is. So,
Yeah. I mean, we had the kind that you washed, like
mhm.
Velcro on him and stuff and strap it on him, but he also had Cushing's disease, so that makes him drink a lot more and pee a lot more, so it was just constant. He was just constantly peeing and peeing and peeing. God love him. I was like,
Right.
oh my gosh. And after, then he just got worse. Things just got worse. And so I said, it's not fair to keep him alive for us because he
That's
was just,
what
you
that's
know,
what we did too. We had to make that decision, and
and that's horrific to be
it,
there.
it's
And
not an easy decision. No, it's not. And um but I'm glad that we did, because
yeah,
it's just,
it's not fair
it's not.
because you're
And
just keeping them there for yourself and not, not for them. When they're at that point and they're miserable and have no life really.
yeah, 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 I know. And she was also, like, starting to get to the point where she would, like, get choked when she was trying to eat,
Yeah.
and I'm like, "I'm this she no, no, I can't do this anymore," you know?
No,
And
and it's hard to watch them in that
yeah,
way.
yeah,
So it's just like it's not right.
mm-mm.
So
Um,
now we have
Mary
a
was
crazy cat that just showed up at our door and has become a house cat now.
mm,
I'm like, I'm not a cat person, but this one's kind of, you know, hit me in the heart. So
I'm
saying,
allergic to cats,
yeah. So you
but
definitely no.
no, but I have to I can't even lie. I'm not even. I mean,
I
I'm
know.
not a cat person. I'm just
That's
not.
what I always said too. And still, I'm still more a dog person than cat person. But she's, she's cute. So
My husband got me one year for our anniversary. It was an anniversary gift. Okay,
hmm
he had a guy that he worked with they had kittens. And the
right.
guy comes to work and he's like, anybody want a cat? And Dale's like, well, it's our anniversary. So he got her for me. And since it was an anniversary gift, I named her Annie, like
hmm
short for anniversary,
Right.
anniversary.
Right.
And yeah, it didn't last. I mean, I had to get rid of her because my allergies it was bad. So
Yeah. Can't handle that for sure.
Mary Lou says our dog was my husband's shadow, and when she does something bad, I will say, "I'm gonna tell daddy," and she will slowly look over at Tom's picture.
Mm,
Oh, Mary Lou, that's sweet.
that is.
God love.
Uh,
Billy says, "I'm allergic to cats and have to have hair dogs." Yeah.
yeah.
Lee says, "I'm an animal person, but if I had a choice, it would be a dog." Yeah, I know you said the other day that you're really a dog person, but
Me
you
too.
got cats too. So I've always thought cats are cute. Like kittens are cute. They're fun to watch. Cats are just fun to watch, right?
Yeah.
But I'll just stick to the cats my outside. I don't have any outside cats, but there are neighborhood outside cats that just roam through the neighborhood.
Right.
And I just watch them from afar and I'm
Yeah.
satisfied with that.
Yeah. And don't have to take care. I know what you're saying. I tried not to have this. I was feeding her outside and I fixed
Mhm.
her a little house outside, because
Yeah.
I felt bad because when
Mhm.
it gets cold you
Mhm.
know, and she'd be at the door and just looking in like, it's cold out here. So, yeah, what do I do? That next thing I know, she's in the house.
Hey, Lord.
But
See,
she's
Mickey
just
made
good.
that mistake. Mickey made that mistake, and now Mickey has every neighborhood cat prowling around on her front and back porch because she made the mistake of feeding one. Well, then her son ended up getting a cat in the house, and they keep it in the basement.
Yeah,
And I'm like, I can't with you guys.
I know. That's how I just said, and she was just, a friendly cat. It wasn't just like
Yeah,
she was some crazy random cat. But I know
right.
the neighbors up the hill, they had her and they moved. So I guess they asked the other neighbor beside them if they wanted her. And that neighbor was like, well, I'll take her, but she's not coming inside. So
Mm,
she had been an inside cat. And then, so I don't know if she wasn't getting fed properly there or what. Then she came down this direction. And the guy across the road from us, he started feeding her because he didn't know whose cat it was until he found out, then told us.
mm.
But then that guy passed away suddenly. So then she's just roaming. And I'm like, well, who's going to feed her now? So, yeah.
Hi, Lord. So, what's her name?
Well, it was a big joke at first. We called her Felicia, just like, bye, Felicia.
Yeah.
But now her name is Stink. For some reason, that's what we've all started calling her, Stinky. I don't know why.
Oh, Lord.
She's probably like, God, what kind of name are you giving me?
Oh,
It's more, I
goodness.
always get more of the nicknames than like our dogs had
Actual
better
names.
names, but then I called them something else because it's just whatever. I don't know.
Well, I mean, Poppy's name is Poppy, but I call her Pop all the time.
Yeah,
You know.
exactly. It's usually a shortened version or something of what their actual names were.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
yeah, Stink. But her original name was Felicia. I don't know.
Bye, Felicia.
Felicia.
Kittens
It didn't
yelling at
work.
me as kittens. They were asleep together when I woke them and took the picture. They were actually yawning. Oh,
They're cute.
They are cute.
All right.
All
well,
right, let's finish this. Let's finish this out. I'm not going to make it all the way to page 19 on this document, but we'll
Yeah.
go another page or so. On December let me see. Okay, on December 23rd, 2022, I applied for and was granted a search warrant for historical phone records between November 12th, 12 a.m., and November 14th at 12 a.m. for the 8458 phone held by the phone provider AT&T, approximately 24 hours preceding and following the times of the homicides. On December 23rd, pursuant to that search warrant, I received records for the 8458 phone from AT&T. These records indicated that the 8458 phone is subscribed to Brian Kohlberger at an address in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, and the account has been open since June 23rd of 2022. These records also included historical cell site location information for the 8458 phone. After receiving this information, I consulted with an FBI special agent that is certified as a member of the CAST team. CAST, you hear CAST all the time in like trials and stuff, and that means Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
Right.
Members of CAST are certified with the FBI to provide expert testimony in the field of historical CSLI and are required to pass extensive training that includes both written and practical examinations prior to be certified with CAST, as well as the completion of yearly certification requirements. Additionally, the FBI CAST agent that I consulted with has over 15 years of federal law enforcement experience, which includes 6 years with the FBI. From information provided by CAST, I was able to determine estimated locations for the 8458 phone from November 12th to November 13th, the time period authorized by the court. On November 13th at approximately 2:42 a.m., the 8458 phone was utilizing cellular resources that provides coverage to 1630, basically his apartment address at Pullman, Washington.
Right.
Hereafter, the Kohlberger residence. At approximately 2:47, the phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage southeast of the Kohlberger residence, consistent with the 8458 phone leaving the Kohlberger residence and traveling south through Pullman, Washington. So he's leaving his home at 2:42 a.m.
Right.
Hold on, I'm getting
Or between 242 and 247.
right. This is consistent with movement of the white Elantra at approximately 2:47 a.m. The 8458 phone stops reporting to the network, which is consistent with either the phone being in an area without coverage, the connection to the network is disabled, such as putting the phone in airplane mode, or that the phone is turned off. The 8458 phone does not report to the network again until approximately 4:48 a.m., at which time it utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to Idaho State Highway 95 south of Moscow, Idaho, near Blaine, Idaho, north of Genesee. Between 4:50 a.m. and 5:26 a.m., so from the time he turns the phone back on
Right.
until 5:26, the phone uses cellular resources that are consistent with the 8458 phone traveling south on State Highway 95 to Genesee, Idaho, then traveling west towards Uniontown, Idaho, and then north back into Pullman, Washington. At approximately 5:30 a.m., the 8458 phone is utilizing resources that provide coverage to Pullman, Washington, and consistent with the phone traveling back to the Koberger residence.
Mm-hmm.
So how much time is that from, what did it say?
2 or the 4?
Well, he has the phone uh,
It come back on
until
at 4:48.
4:48. So it comes back on the network at 4:48. 5:26.
So it went to 5. When they say 5:30,
Yeah.
5,
Okay.
7.
5:30 a.m. All right. The 8458 phone's movements are consistent with the movements of the white Elantra that is observed traveling north on Stadium Drive at approximately 5:27 a.m. Based on a review of the 8458 phone's estimated locations and travel, the 8458 phone's travel is consistent with that of the white Elantra. Further review indicated that the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources on November 13th, 2022 that are consistent with the 8458 phone leaving the area of the Koberger residence at 9 a.m. Okay, this is the one I'm thinking of. This is the
Goes
time
back.
when yeah. Hold on. Let me see. At approximately 9 a.m. and traveling to Moscow, Idaho. Specifically, the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to the King Road residents between 9:12 a.m. and 9:21. The 8458 phone next utilized cellular resources that are consistent with the 8458 phone traveling back to the area of the Koberger residence and arriving to the area at around 9:32. So,
It's like he just
uh,
went there, drove past, and came back home, kind of like that.
yeah, and I'm wondering, did he go to see if the cops were? Because I wonder, if he, and they'll probably be able to tell. I mean, whenever they're looking at his, whether it's his phone or his TV or his Fire Stick or whatever,
Yeah,
because they got all that information,
right.
you know, what news stations did he look up? Did he look up any news stations? You know what I'm saying? Like looking for breaking news, and he's
Mm-hmm.
not hearing anything. So then he's like, okay, I'm going to get my tail back in my car and I'm going to drive over there and see if there's cops. And he
Right.
didn't see
Anything going
anything.
on? Yeah.
He wouldn't have seen anything at 9:30 in the morning because the cops didn't even get there till way later.
Right.
Below is a depiction, not to scale, of the possible route taken based off of cellular site locations. All right, so I'm going to go look into chat real quick.
Mhm.
Let me see. Oh, now your cats fight constantly. Could you post a link to this document, please? Absolutely. Absolutely, Kel. Let me go grab that. Copy. There you go, Kel. There you go. We're already on page 16. Might as well finish it out, right?
Yeah.
I really thought that I wasn't going to be able to finish it, but So this is the route, right? It says here, is there a thing that says anything about in red or blue?
I don't see
Might
anything
be
yet,
over.
unless it's down below, but
I'm not seeing. Here it says this is possible route based off cellular device location. So you got here all the way around. I don't know. Investigators found that the 8458 phone did connect to a cell phone tower that provides service to Moscow on November the 14th, 2022. But investigators did not believe the 8458 phone was in Moscow on that date. Investigators found the 8458 phone did not connect to a cell tower that provides service to Moscow on November, but investigators did not believe he was in there on that date. Okay. The 8458 phone has not connected to any towers that provide service to Moscow since that date. Okay.
all right.
Based on my training, experience, and the facts of the investigation thus far, I believe that Koberger, the user of the 8458 phone, was likely the driver of the white Elantra that is observed departing Pullman, Washington, and that this vehicle is likely suspect vehicle 1. Additionally, the route of travel of the 8458 phone during the early morning hours of November 13th and the lack of the 8458 phone reporting to AT&T between 2:47 and 4:48 is consistent with Koberger attempting to conceal his location during the quadruple homicide that occurred at the King Road residence. On December 23rd, 2022, I was granted a search warrant for Koberger's historical cellular blah, blah, blah from June 23rd to current prospective location information and a PIN register / trap and trace on the 8458 phone to aid in efforts to determine if Koberger stalked any of the victims in this case prior to the offense, conducted surveillance on the King Road residence, was in contact with any of the victims' associates before or after the alleged offense, any locations that may contain evidence of the murders that occurred on November 13th, the location of the white Elantra registered to Koberger, as well as the location of Koberger. Talk about another run-on sentence.
Yeah, really.
On December 23rd, 2022, pursuant to that search warrant, I received historical records for the 8458 phone from AT&T from the time the account was opened in June of 22. After consulting with CAST special agent, I was able to determine estimated locations for the phone from June 22 to present, the time period authorized by the court. The records for the 8458 phone show the phone utilizing cellular resources that provide coverage to the area of 1122 King Road on at least 12 occasions. On at least 12 occasions prior to November 13th.
Right. Crazy.
All of these occasions, except for one, occurred in the late evening and early morning hours of their respective days.
Mm-hmm.
Late evening, early morning hours. So we
Overnight.
talking midnight, 1, 2, 10, 11 o'clock at night, 1 or 2, when it's dark, when
Yeah,
he can park
exactly.
and see in windows, which there's lots of open windows.
Yep. Sounds like it.
Could have been also Devicle's clavicle. Those are party times, but I think that I heard or read that the dates that they have,
Mm-hmm.
these dates and times were on certain days that there weren't parties happening
Right.
at their house. So I'm not sure of that.
Right. Right.
It says one of these occasions on October 21st, 2022, which would have been,
August 21st.
oh, what did I say?
October.
Oh,
Sorry.
ugh, thank you, because I don't want to mess nobody up. One of these occasions on August 21st, August, September, so that's 3 months before
Right.
the incident. One of these occasions on October 21st, this 8458 phone used cellular resources, providing coverage to the King Road residents from approximately 10:34 to 11:35. So he for 1 hour.
Uh-huh.
At approximately 11:37, Koberger was stopped by Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Corporal Duke, as mentioned above.
Mm-hmm.
The 8458 phone was utilizing cellular resources consistent with the location of the traffic stop during this time, Farm Road and Pullman Highway. Do you remember what they said the stop was for at that point? That one? I don't know if they said.
About a crosswalk? Or was that just
That was the one. Yeah, that was one that no, this would have been at nighttime. The one I'm thinking of was during the daytime, but that was also the one JB was talking about.
Right.
This one here with the Dukes person, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know that they said why he was stopped earlier. I don't know if it said up there.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I don't remember it saying why.
Further analysis. I remember the name of this Kate's Cup of Joe. I remember this name being mentioned in some of this stuff. But it says further analysis of the cellular data provided showed the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources on November 13th, consistent with the phone traveling from Pullman, Washington to Lewiston, Idaho via US Highway 195. At approximately 12:36 p.m., the 8458 phone utilized resources that would provide coverage to Kate's Cup of Joe coffee stand, located at 810 Port Drive, Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage from the U.S. Chef's store, located at 820 Port Drive, Clarkston, Washington, and adjacent to Kate's Cup of Joe, showed a white Elantra consistent with suspect vehicle 1 drive past Kate's Cup of Joe at a time consistent with the cell data from the 8458 phone. At approximately 12:46 p.m., the 8458 phone then utilized cell data in the area of the Albertsons grocery store at 400 Bridge Street in Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage obtained from the Albertsons showed Koberger exit the white Elantra, consistent with suspect vehicle 1 at approximately 12:49 p.m. Interior surveillance cameras showed Koberger walk through the store, purchase unknown items at the checkout, and leave at approximately 1:04. Koberger's possible path of travel is depicted below, not to scale. Additional analysis of records for the 8458 phone indicate that between approximately 5:32 and 5:36, the 8458 phone used cell resources that provide coverage to Johnson, Idaho. The phone then stops reporting to the network from approximately 5:36 to 8:30. Okay. This is when I think he dumped something. That's consistent with the 8458 phone being the area that the area that the 8458 phone traveled in the hours immediately following the suspected time the homicides occurred.
Right. Trying to hide where he was, I guess, during that time so they can't look.
Right. On December 27th, Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash from the Koberger family residence located in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. That evidence was sent to the Idaho State Lab for testing. On December 28th, The lab reported that a DNA profile obtained from the trash and the DNA profile obtained from the sheath identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of the suspect profile. At least 99.9% of male population would be expected to be excluded, blah, 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 blah. It was Brian Koberger, plain and simple.
Yeah.
Based on this information above, I'm requesting an arrest warrant be issued for Brian Koberger
Yeah.
for burglary at 1122 King Road or King Street in Moscow, Idaho, and 4 counts of murder in the first degree for the murders of Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Zeneca Nodal, and Ethan Chapin.
Right.
And that's it. That was a lot of words.
Yeah, exactly. But that's cool that they
Let me
got
get a
that,
drink.
they got a lot of stuff there. I mean, I don't know how his defense team is going to make that this DNA is not his.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know what I mean? So
I
good
think
luck
that
with that.
they're gonna try to say it's touch DNA, which whatever,
Yeah.
but they're gonna try to say that um there's people in and out of that house that
Right.
I
But
don't
where it
know
was
how they're
found,
gonna paint it.
you know, I could see that like on the door or on the, wall but not on this knife sheath.
Well, one thing that they try to keep playing off, and what they're gonna do, I know what they're gonna do, they're gonna have an expert come on there and say, "Oh, well, if Susie is in the grocery store and grabs this jar of mayonnaise, and then
Mm-hmm.
she decides she don't want that because the Great Value brand is cheaper, she's gonna set that down, and then Joe, who comes up from behind and
Yeah.
then picks the same one up, if he kills somebody with that jar of mayonnaise and he's got gloves on,
Right.
well, Sue's gonna go down for the murder because she picked that jar of mayonnaise up first, and her
So
DNA's on it."
yeah, that's a lot.
I
So he's
know.
just, it's just randomly going to be some other guy or person that picks this up because after he's been in there and picked it up and looked at it in a store, another guy's going to pick it up. And then his car is seen in the area 50 million times going around.
Mhm. Mhm.
Okay, I'm going to believe it, but all
Right.
right.
I know. I know. I know.
Yes.
But that's where they're gonna kinda go with that.
Mm-hmm.
They've already said, I mean, you already had these different, like, legal and analysis people
Right.
on these shows, you know, try to say that that's where the defense is gonna go with it, and
Yeah.
what they're gonna say is that, we don't know whose knife it belongs to, but, Koberger was at this party house and some random person was like, "Here, check out my cool knife." And he holds it and he's like, "Oh yeah, that's a nice knife. Here, you can have your knife back."
Right.
And so now it's got Brian Koberger's DNA on it.
Yeah.
But that's you know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah. I mean, I can see what, they're going to try to do. Yeah. But yeah.
I don't know how else they're gonna get away with saying that that was on.
Right. It has to be something like that
Mhm.
because there's not many explanations for that,
No.
for it not
No.
being him. Crazy pants.
I agree. Lee said, "There goes that daggone clavicle. You really gotta stop playing with that thing." I know it. Stop it. Stop it. Hold on. You know what I'm gonna do? Oh, shoot. Dale sent me a message. Hold on. He says, "Send me that shopping list." I have to send Dale this shopping list. Hold on a second.
Okay.
I gotta go to Alexa and click on my shopping list.
Get Dale the list so he can pick it up.
I know it. I'm just going to take a screenshot of it and send it to him.
Yeah. It's easiest, right?
Mm-hmm. All right. So I've sent it to him. Okay. Now, let's see. Oh, Tammy says that's way out there. What's the odds of someone doing that? None, especially since it was found at the scene. All that business makes me nervous. I just write my list on paper.
Me too.
Well, I mean, I do too if I'm making a list,
Right.
but there's too many times that I'm like out.
Did you grab this or grab that? Yeah. In between your list.
Yeah, or I'm like really bad about being in one room and getting sidetracked, and I'm like, oh shoot, I forgot we needed to get some more, saran wrap. I don't know, and
Right.
then by the time I leave the kitchen and go to do the laundry, I forgot to that I needed the saran wrap, and then I'm like running around thinking, and then I forgot the saran wrap for 2 weeks in a row.
Right.
So I have Alexas like in every room of the house, and so all I have to do is tell her instantaneously when I need something
Right.
to put it on my shopping list. And then whenever it's time for, us to go shopping, I just go to my Alexa app and get the list.
Right. Now I do mine all on paper, but that's because we order online, so I don't go in the stores anymore. Unless I just absolutely have to, I don't. So it's all, order it, pick it up the next day.
Well, we do a lot. I do a lot of that. You won't hardly catch me going to the grocery store. I'll pick stuff up. But
Mm-hmm.
now I'll do like pickup orders, right? But then
Right. Right.
Dale, he's the opposite. He would rather just go in and get it all, but not me. Like if
Yeah.
I can
No.
not have to go into the store, I won't.
Right. And my husband, he's like, why don't we just go in and get these groceries? I'm like, no, not going in there.
Uh-uh.
Why? Why do I need to when they can get exactly what I want? Or, close enough. There are times they're out of stuff, but it's going to be
Right.
out of stuff if I go in there. So what difference does it make?
Right. And I heard people say, oh, well, I want to pick out my own tomatoes or I want to pick out my own green peppers. I'm like, I don't care as long as they,
Not rotten.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I don't care enough about my tomatoes
Yeah.
and my green peppers to have to go in to pick them out myself.
Yeah. It's not worth it to me.
No, no.
I did enough years of that. So
Mm-hmm.
once they started doing the, online, I was like, yes.
Y'all know, right? Me too. Patricia says, if I give my dear husband a list, I'm lucky if I get the actual things I asked for. Yeah.
That's possible. Yeah.
My wife knows better than to have to give me have me go pick stuff up.
We'd be getting all kinds of stuff not on the
Right.
list.
Patricia, he misses things on the list and swears it wasn't on it. Yes.
Yeah.
Or Dale will be like, he'll call me and he'll say, they don't have whatever it is on the list. And I'm like, are you sure? And he's like, yeah, they don't have it. And I'm like, did you look over here? And he's like, yeah, I looked. And then he'll walk by and he'll say, oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's just men for the most part, I think.
Mickey said, I don't know how to work all that digital file thing and send in blah, blah, blah. All I do is take a picture of it, Mickey. It's on my phone. And then just send it to Dale and he's got it. And Dale can even get it it's a shared app. Mickey needs to learn how to use the technological things.
I'm not very good at it. Some stuff, yeah. Some,
Patricia, I do the same thing. I will take a picture and send it if it's something very specific. I'll be like, I need this one. It looks like this. And you can even find it in aisle J.
such, yeah.
Right?
It doesn't matter. They can be in the pantry and say, there's no whatever in here. And I'll be like, are you sure? Yeah, I looked everywhere. So I walk up there and it's right there. I said, if that was a snake, it would have bit you. You know?
I'm here, Morgana. Sorry, Jolie's having
Well,
a complete stress out
you're gonna have
flip.
to get off
She's
here and take.
flipping her lid for a second. So,
She's like, Mom, it's time for you to pay attention because I'm going.
well, she's mad. I had her all set up with snacks and everything, and she wants more cheese puffs. And I'm like, girlfriend, it's going to be like
Super time.
dinner time soon, supper
Yeah.
time soon, and she fills up on snacky snacks and then won't eat the real food.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Let me see. Lee says she goes on and on an hour later. Wait, she goes on and on. She goes on and an hour later is done. I go in 15 minutes later and pick up what's needed, but it's always the wrong thing.
Then is it really needed if it's the wrong thing?
I write on paper mostly, but I have to text things to the spouse. Mickey says it gives me stress. I'll have a meltdown. Oh my God. Tammy says, Lee, how come men do that? Forget things, buy wrong items, and or have to call 10 times about something we put on the list. Right. I know.
Well, I'd be in trouble because my husband doesn't have a cell phone. My cell phone is his cell phone. So, like, if he needs somebody to call, he sends them to my cell phone.
Mm.
Like, here, I'll give you this. This is my wife's phone, but just send it there.
Right. I'll say, like, I'll put on there, Lee says, hey, steak is steak. Well, but
Well,
not really. So
filet
here's the thing.
steak, Lee.
Okay, that is not true because here's a prime example, okay? If I put paper plates
Mhm.
on the list, I mean paper plates. I don't
Right.
mean foam plates,
Right.
right? And
Exactly.
I mean, when I say paper, I mean like the great value, the white with the blue designs on the edge. That's what I'm talking about. Dale comes
Exactly.
home with a big 150 million two packs of a bajillion foam plates that melt when you lay hot bacon on them. No.
Right. Right. No, I don't want no foam plates. Okay.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No.
No.
Lisa, see? Patricia
Well,
says,
but when
I
you
don't
say
mind spending
paper,
time at the store. My husband wants to be in and out in 5 minutes. See, it's the complete opposite. Unless I'm specifically going to shop, like, and want to take my time to shop for
right?
things,
Which I don't do that
then
either.
yeah. Otherwise, I'm in and out. I go straight for what's on my list and then I'm done. But now
I've never
Dale, he'll
really
go in there and just meander around forever.
right. I've never really been like that's not my jam. People love to shop. I'm just not that. No.
Mm-mm. No. Well, it depends on what I'm shopping for.
Well, now maybe craft related, I
Right?
can go in and look more. But like clothes, oh, I hate to buy clothes.
Yeah, me too.
So most of mine I buy online. I'm like
Mhm.
Maurice's and click, click.
Yeah, I love Maurice's.
Yeah.
Do you get their text alerts?
No, they send me emails and stuff, but
I get like their daily texts and like
uh-huh.
every day it's like save 25% off on this. And I'm like always like, ooh and ah. But when they have their like graphic t-shirt sales, I'm
Yeah.
all about it.
Oh yeah. I get their sweatshirts. I love their sweatshirts. Any kind.
Yeah, me too. I love their stuff. Some of their tops though are like paper thin and I
Yeah.
don't like that. But
Yeah, I gotta
depend-
watch. That's what I watch too, because that clings to me.
yeah, me
Like
too.
in
And
the
I don't
wrong
like
places.
clinging.
No, not in the wrong. I mean, I got too many places there to cling. I'm trying to hide.
Right. Oh, um, Patricia says, I can apper? I don't know. What are you trying to say, Patricia? I can't, appreciate. Okay. I
Oh,
can appreciate the intention of efficiency, Lee. Yeah, I can. I can.
yeah.
Dale isn't very efficient with things like that, though. Not much at all. He can be with certain things, but not when it comes to like shopping for stuff. No.
My husband's problem, he gets in there and then sees somebody and they talk forever. I'm like, no, come on. Ugh.
He does the same thing.
I'm like, you're
He'll
so
run into people that he works with, and he'll be on there forever, like he's on the phone with them or something.
yeah. I'm like, come on.
Jeez. Like, I'll be sitting out in the car waiting on you.
Yep.
Oh no. Patricia says sorry, texting while walking in the rain. Ooh.
Be careful. Be careful.
Yep. Well, youngins, I guess it's time to get out of here. We're right at the 4 hour and 59-minute mark. We're going to hit the 5 hour mark. So, but we did get through the whole affidavit. That's exciting.
Yes.
I do have a couple other documents that we can share another time. And they're like the search warrants and the things that they retrieved from his apartment that they went after, and things from his car.
Right.
And that kind of thing. But yeah, youngins. Youngins. So I'm going to go get this child some more cheese puffs, I reckon, before she has a conniption fit. And
alrighty, get her taken care of.
Yeah, I will. But as far as what's the plan for tomorrow? I'm going to see what's kind of going on later tonight and in the morning, and kind of maybe do a random something or other discussion with whatever is going on. Who knows? We might talk about the Kansas City Chief boys, or we might talk about this Jennifer Crumbly thing, depending on how good it is.
Yeah.
Her testimony today. Yeah, I'm doing live tonight on mine.
Yeah.
Lee. Yeah. Yep. It's Thursday. Yes, sir.
But just shoot me a message or something if you find out anything important I need to look at or something. And tomorrow now it is grocery pickup, so
okay.
If I can't get on right away, whoever is going to be on there with you, but then I'll hop on later if I have to.
Okay, sounds good.
Or depending on what time you start.
Good.
So
sounds good.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll plan on that, and then I'll just decide. And sometimes, like the breaking information happens.
Yeah.
You never know when something big is going to come up about any of these cases we're talking about. And so that may be what we end up talking about in the morning. So, but I'll plan on it being, probably around 10 a.m. Eastern time-ish, somewhere around in there. So,
like I said, I'll listen regardless, but then I may hop on later. But other than that.
Now, in the next few days, I'm going to start talking about the Adam Montgomery information, because his trial is going to be starting next week. And I think jury selection starts on the 6th. I'm not sure how long that will last, or if opening statements will begin that day. I don't know. But yeah, I plan on talking about that 2 or 3 days before the trial starts. So let's see, what is today's date anyway? Today is the 1st. And that starts 6th.
That's Tuesday, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that right?
So, let me see. So I'll probably plan on. Hey. Ugh. I'll probably talk about that at least on Monday. And I might do something over the weekend to kind of get you guys caught up on that. I've got a couple things. I've got his arrest affidavit, and then I've also got like a timeline of events on a particular article that I wanted to share. So that's probably what I'll do, and get you guys acquainted with that and myself. Okay, Jolie.
Sounds good.
All
I'm gonna get out of here so that you can get off.
right.
I'll
All
see
right.
you
I
tonight.
will see you guys tomorrow. And thank you, Morgana, for joining. And I'll
Thank
see
you.
you in the morning.
Bye, chat.
All right, you guys. Thanks for hanging out all day with me. Oh, yay, Gail. Gail says she got her order. She loves everything. Yay. That makes me happy. That makes me super happy. Patricia, he's ready to go after he gets what he wants. Forget everything else. I know, right? That's how men are. Um, all right. I think that's everybody. Hey, hey, Kel. Kel. I was trying to say Kel and Gail. Kale. All right. Now this child has walked in with a whole basket on top of her head. She cracks me up. All right. I will see you guys in the morning. You guys have a good rest of your day. Well, I mean, I'll see a lot of you guys tonight at 10 Eastern. So, anyway, I love you guys and have a great rest of your afternoon and evening. And I'll see you later. Bye.